right, welcome. Oh my god. Where am I? Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another broadcast here on the CranKy Ducklings, to our third broadcast of the day. Technically, we were live earlier with ESL Open Cup Americas. Even before that, we were live with ESL Masters Winter Americas as well. And now we are here with the KSL. And I know what you're thinking. Hold up. KSL, isn't that over the weekend? Isn't Korean StarCraft League over Saturdays? And yes, that is true. Usually we are casting KSL on Saturdays over the weekend. And we did cast KSL this weekend as well. That's true, we casted it live. But last week, not this most recent week, but last week, we actually missed out on the KSL. We were busy covering the ESL Masters B stream, and we could not be here for the Korean StarCraft League week number 32. And as a result, some of these matches are a little bit dated. They're a week old, of course they are a week old, but I hate missing StarCraft. I hate missing out, Bobby, okay? We weren't able to cast it live, so we are here catching up. A bit of a catch-up stream here today. And it's something that we did last week. For example, last week we were catching up on WTL and all the WTL matches that we missed. Here this week we're catching up on all of the KSL that we missed out on. And I believe maybe on Thursday or maybe later on this week we can catch up on some GSL as well. GSL is something that I do want to catch up on. We covered the round of 16. We haven't covered the round of 8s or the quarter or the semifinals or even the finals. And we'll get there. We'll get there when it comes to the GSL. Just wanted to catch up on KSL first. And yeah, I have of course not actually been able to tune into these, but this is a replay cast just for full transparency. This is via replays. These events did occur quite some time ago. So if you were watching live yourself, whether it's on Chicken Man's channel or Dave Tessa's channel, then these are matches that maybe you have already seen and already witnessed, which means predictions are not open. Predictions are not going to be open for these matches. Instead, we're just diving in, and at least I'm diving in blind. And yeah, looking forward to it. Looking forward to what we missed out on and catching up on all this StarCraft. All the StarCraft. Like, you look exceptionally white, like a ghost. Oh, it's over. Hold on. Is that better? maybe my lights were on a little bit too strong. I don't know, but yeah. I have noticed that if my lights are too bright, like bam, I'm just like, oh my god. I'm blinding white, puppy, blinding white. All right. Well, up first, as you can see on the screen, we have a PvP. We have a PvP for you between Estrella and Nice. And I also want to catch up with this because, of course, there are some of these players that are competing in the regionals for their respective regions, such as Estrella in the Americas, such as Nice in Asia as well. I do think it's worth keeping up with the state of these players and where they are at as we are getting into this. Game 1 is going to be on Golden Aura. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the American Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Maturino Esports. It is Estrella. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Taiwanese Protoss, the best Protoss, the best player in all of Taiwan, representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Nice. Go. And already things are popping off. Okay, I was not expecting this, but both players are going for low ground expansions. We have gateways here on the low ground for Nice, a gateway as well for Estrella as well. Okay. Maybe I haven't seen enough PvP on Golden Aura. Obviously, I'm fully aware that this map layout is quite defensive in nature, and we have seen a lot of players be very greedy on golden ore. A good example of this is Dark. Dark, for example, does go gasless on this map, just to take advantage of how close together these bases are, but I just love that both Nice and Estrella have adopted to go for an otherwise economic opener on golden ore of all maps. I'm ready for it. Let's go. But now both players are going to be delaying each other. Gases have been taken, both for Estrella and for Nice. A little bit faster for Nice, actually, which could lead into a faster Stargate as well. But now Cybercores are on the way, and the Zealot is in production here for Nice to try and deal with this pesky probe. Meanwhile, Estrella is refusing. A little bit late here. Estrella, he was refusing to make a Zealot. It is a ways off here. And as a result, we could see a pretty big delay on this expansion. Pilot is thrown down. Zealot comes out for Nice. He's going to swipe away at this pylon already. Meanwhile, still on the way here. Another pylon thrown down. Oh my god, restart. Okay. Canceling the Zealot, going into a Stalker instead. Gas is, of course, being prioritized. And as a result, Estrella, he should be going for a Stargate first. But yeah, just a really interesting turn of events here as we do force a cancel. Another pylon is thrown down, and eventually we're going to be seeing a full cancel here. Estrella going for a Twilight Council, not a Stargate first. Okay. Very interesting maneuver here from Estrella. Twilight, that is very suspect. Very suspect indeed. He should still be looking to expand, but yeah, going for never mind. It's a one-base all-in. And the Twilight Council should have been a tell for Nice. Like, it is very unorthodox to go for a Twilight Council before expansion. So even though Nice hasn't seen the rest of the gateways, he can assume. Can assume what's going on. We have one gateway on the low ground. We have 2 gateways here on the high ground. It's going to be 3 gates in total. We can set up a proxy pylon across the map. Again, one base all in from Estrella. Back at home. Nice. Great minds think alike. We have 3 gates on the way in the main base. We have a 4th gate here, so Nice is going for a 4 gate off of one base. No tech though, no Twilight Council, just full Clown Fiesta. Okay, and here we go. Nice, he has arrived here. He is up a Zealot. He's gonna be able to shoot first. We're gonna trade a Stalker for a Stalker, but here come reinforcements, and oh, Nice gonna be losing maybe an additional unit. That is a 2nd Stalker going down. A big overextension from Nice. Pylon goes down. We're going to be able to take down the Zealot, but that does depower and actually delay one of these gateways. But the other gates have finished up. More Stalkers are on the way. There is no point, or there is a slow warping point here with this pylon. Nice, going to try and overwhelm Estrella. Oh, takes out the pylon. Just keeping this gateway depowered is actually a really huge pickoff here for Nice. Another slow warping of Stalkers are on the way. Meanwhile, Blink still in production for Estrella. Still not quite done. Cybercore taking a lot of hits. Oof. Here we go. We're diving on into the army. A bit of miscontrol there. The Stalkers, we need them on the front lines. Trading 1 for 1. Looking at the unit stab here. Nice. He does have a Stalker lead, but we have a shield battery. We have an overcharge, and we have Blink as well. As Blink is about to kick in, the Cybercore taking a lot of hits. Should it be going down as well? We have a Robo back at home. Cybercore being rebuilt behind the mineral line. Nice, just trying to force his way forward here. Again, still up in Stalkers. Blink is huge. Oh my god, avoiding some of those shots even. Very nice Blink control from Estrella. So far, so good. Huh. Of course, Nice still up 2 Stalkers as well. A couple of shots were wasted though. I think that was one volley on the rocks that could have been on those Stalkers. Sentries coming in. Sentries are okay, if only there wasn't Blink already. That's a problem. Force fields, they force out Blinks. That's all they do. Estrella does escape. Behind this Twilight Council on the way, it looks like to get into our own Blink. Nice, he hasn't seen the Robo. He doesn't know that. I mean, there's already detection. Something like a Dark Shrine isn't going to be enough. Immortals are on the way, and Estrella, he actually bypasses the main army. Oh my god. Estrella, he's defending with 1 Sentry, 1 Immortal, 1 Stalker, and this makes sense because Nice doesn't have Blink. If he tries to push up this ramp, this Sentry is going to completely shut him down. His army's going to be cut up. We have an overcharge available as well. And Nice is out of position because Estrella pushes in. Takes down the Stalker. Takes down the Pylon. And do we recall back? We have to recall back home. We recall back into the main base. But alas, Pylons are going down. Gateways are being depowered. Oh, and Nice is expanding. A rough expansion here for Nice. I mean, this is basically him transitioning. Meanwhile, Estrella's working on an immortal army. Looking at the army size itself, Estrella, he's slightly ahead. Blink is on the way. And Estrella also expanding. Okay. All in all, I want to give the edge to Estrella. Both players are about to have Blink. I believe Nice still has the stronger Gateway army, and that is true. He is slightly ahead in Stalkers, but the Immortals changed everything. You can be up 4 or 5 Stalkers. 2 Immortals more than make up for that, and as a result, army-wise, I still have to give the edge to Estrella. We do have a robot to even get a Warp Prism to reinforce across the map. Here we go. We are threatening a move out. Defensive robot on the way for Nice. If time goes on, if Estrella doesn't push out, and if he allows this robot to finish up and actually get going, then Nice he can make up for his deficit by getting into, of course, his own Immortals. Oh my, Estrella double oh my god. Estrella gonna be double expanding here instead. Very bold move. Okay. Not the direction that I thought this was going. I assumed that we were just gonna push out with 2 Immortals and look to end the game, but no. We're looking to get ahead economically. Okay. Let's go. Hello there. Speaking of, hallucination waddling across the map is gonna get shut down. Estrella likewise going in for his own scout just to make sure there's nothing crazy like a dark shrine on the way or maybe a fast robotics bay for fast disruptors. Hallucination comes in and does get eyes on the robo, on everything in the main, and soon everything in the natural as well. That is 2 more gateways. That's going to be 6 gates in total for Nice. Looking at his vision, he still has not seen the third. Third is now up and running. Yo, we have observers in every attack path actually. Estrella ready for anything. This nation hasn't sorted. Can we deny it? We can! God, just constantly denying scouts over and over again. Nice, now taking his third, but he's fallen a little bit behind because Estrella, he is far ahead in the worker count, making 3 probes at a time. +1 attack is on the way, far faster than his opponents. Now, Nice, with this gateway explosion, we could try and commit to a 2-base all-in. We have 6 gates. We're about to have 8 gateways with even more on the way. So a 2-base 8-gate all in. That's a lot of gateways. That's a lot of Stalkers. That is true. No Immortals. We just had that robot for the Prism. The move out is spotted though. Estrella, he sees. He's ready for it. Looks like he's anticipating a move out into the main. No shield battery here in the main base for Estrella. Meanwhile, Nice, he took down that observer. He blinks into the main, but there are Immortals waiting for him. A good force field. Immortals are stuck behind this. Overcharge doing what they can. A lot of Stalkers are going down. Nice, can he break through? He slowly is, but now the wall has been broken. GG's gonna get called. The Immortals bust in, and Estrella will take game number 1. Oh my god. GG. And that is what I want out of a PvP. That is oh my god. That was wild. For both players to have the same overall game plan as well. Remember, it started with a gate expand setup, but no one expanded. No one expanded. We had Estrella go into 3-gate blink off of 1 base. Likewise, we had Nice go for 4-gate. 4-gate over 1 base. No blink, very delayed blink. And initially, it looked like Nice had the advantage, had the edge. But once blink kicked in, then he kind of lost that. We saw Estrella was able to outposition him, was able to outmaneuver him as well. And Really well done out of Estrella. It is just a little bit unfortunate how the builds interacted with each other. Again, Blink is just such a massive advantage to have over your opponent. It allows you to just have so much more control of the game, control of the army, control of just the sway of battle. And with that, Estrella does take game number 1. Oh, let's go. And we're getting into game 2. Vámonos. Vámonos, papi, vámonos. Getting into that second game. Gonna be on Alkyone. Let's go. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Macherino Esports. It is Estrella. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the Taiwanese Protoss representing Starlight Twinkle down in the series but not out. It is Nice. Here we go. And I feel like game 1 may have spoiled us a little bit, but now we're getting into game number 2, and we do have a much more reasonable start here. Gateways on the high ground. Should be 2 gate openers all around, and winding it back, the reason why we had gateways on the low ground in the previous map is just because on Golden Aura the choke points are just so narrow. You can get away with a little bit more greed on Golden Aura regardless of what race you are. We have seen a lot of greedy moves on Golden Aura to try to take advantage of the map itself, but here on Alkyone, 2 gate openers all around. Oh, and Estrella, where are we going? As the probe is going to be sent out towards the mineral patches, we are mining and kind of creating this pathway towards the right hand side of the map. Do we take the gold as a natural, or do we try to set up a proxy Stargate, which is very common on this map in this matchup? There we go, the probe is moving on out. This is looking like a prime location for a proxy Stargate. Now, the downside to this is that, again, it is very common. It is very popular to throw down a Stargate here. We have seen some players, as a result, throw down their Stargates a little bit further back at the bridge, or even behind these rocks, like at the center base location. But Estrella, no fear, he just throws down his pylon, and his Stargate as close as he can to his opponent. Meanwhile, we have Nice scouting across the map with his probe. Still hasn't gone into the main base, but oh, looks like he has come across the wall. This is something you can do, but you can rally over to the other side of the map, and yep, he does see, hold up, where's that middle patch? You've mined through, you've broken in, and now Nice knows 100% that there's most likely a proxy here. There it is, Stargate is thrown down, and Nice is on his way to see it. Now, because of its location, even if Nice spots this proxy location, he actually can't really punish it. He needs to mine through these minerals. He needs to mine through these mineral patches to actually bust in and try to shut down this pylon. And there we go, Stalkers are on the way. He has opened up the pathway, and he has found the proxy. Let's go. Stalkers have arrived at the same time while Nice is distracted trying to focus down and depower this Stargate. Here come 2 more Stalkers, but we come out just in time to defend. Nice is in position, and he will shut down these Stalkers. Trading blow for blow, Stargate is depowered. We do have a second, or we do have the probe still sharking around, looking to repower it if possible. The depths are on the way, expansion being taken. Estrella actually going to be committing here to one base, throwing down a Stargate back at home. Oh my, that is not what I expected. Okay. This feels a little bit stubborn here from Estrella, but unexpected nonetheless. As the Stargate is going to be targeted down. At the same time, we have 2 Adepts shading towards the main base. No wall! Uh-oh. There is no wall here on top of the ramp. A bit of a misstep here from Nice as the Adepts get in, and they can one-shot probes. 1, 2, 3 workers going to be going down. We're going for a 4th as well. We are wreaking havoc. 0 mining going on right now for Nice. Ay, ay, ay. Finally an Adept goes down. Finally this is going to be cleaned up, but this is more damage than really than should have happened. Oof. Not like this. Meanwhile, we do have that first Oracle coming out. It looks like Australia wanted to be a little bit safe. He does throw down a stasis trap first before moving out across the map. And again, the last thing that Nice really expects is another Oracle. And we're throwing down another proxy. Oh my, what's going on? Nice being so aggressive here. Went for a Stargate into a Robo into Expand. Very tech heavy. Here we go, the Oracle comes in. Now there is a shield battery done, so it can't actually do too much damage. You can see a stasis trap in the main base, or we can try to activate the pulsar beam on the left hand side of these mineral patches. Meanwhile, Nice is getting in position. He did have a spotted probe, and he does see said Oracle. Meanwhile, across the map, once again, the wall is not a wall. Adepts are looking to shade in, and are we going to commit? We are not. There's too much in position, but that was a pretty important scout. Nice does confirm the Stargate and the Robo as well. So again, Estrella, he may not have Blink, which is what Nice is going to have. Nice has Blink with Gateways, Blink Stalkers in general. He's going to be up against Immortals and maybe Phoenixes. I'm curious if we're going to be making use of the Stargate or just Immortals. One Adept does go down. Hallucination Scout does confirm the tech, or even the lack of tech. I'm curious if we could even go up to a second. Oh my god. This is all off of 2 gateways, by the way. We're going into a Forge and a Twilight Council. Estrella, he does have map control. He's being very active here with this army, but really he's just puffing up his chest. He's just trying to be threatening while he just takes up behind this. Nice, bold move. He takes a third. Estrella is going to be looking to try and punish that, though. Here we go. Oracle into the main. The units are in position. Meanwhile, the army is clashing. Oracle is going to be forced to pivot away. Estrella rotating towards that third base. Does activate the Guardian Shield, and we are trying to focus down the base itself. Good force fields. 1, 2 Stalkers going to be going down. A third Stalker as well. Estrella, he's bleeding out too much. Oh, he baits out the Blink. He baits the Blink out. 2 Stalkers go down. The sentries as well. And we can just ignore this army. We can keep on pushing. We get on top of the pylon. And Estrella is trading surprisingly well. Oh my god. Forced to recall in the end. Can we focus down the Immortal? We cannot. The Immortal will escape. The army gets out. We're bleeding out some of these Stalkers, unfortunately. Looking at the resources lost tab here, Nice lost 6, sorry, he killed 6 Stalkers and he lost 2 as well as 3 of those sentries. Oracle coming back in. Nice does have momentum going his way, but he's pushing into an Immortal. No shield battery on the low ground, and here come the Oracle. Oh my god. Getting 4 kills, getting the sentry as well. Behind this, Adepts were warped in. Probes are going down, and Estrella is going all in behind this. Instead of trying to catch up with a third base, he throws down a massive gateway explosion and Glaive Adepts. Glaives are on the way. The probes are coming back too soon. Oh my god. Nice. He ideally would have had a better economy, but probes are going down left and right. 7 probes going down in total. We're getting an 8th. We're getting a 9th as well. And we're not done. Nowhere near. Blink Stalkers are out of position. They shut down the Adepts at least. Stasis Trap is going to go up. Massive Stasis Trap catching, what, 9, 10 probes. And back at home, the upgrades are about to kick in. How many gateways in total? It's going to be 3, 6, 7 gates. 2 base all in out of Estrella. Nice. He should have had a better economy, which leads into a larger army, but because of the constant Adept and Oracle harass, it just is not the case. Here we go, looking at the unit tab. Nice is ahead in Stalkers. Oh, so we're going for another Stasis Trap in the maze. No! No reaction. Delayed reaction. Okay, this time only 2 probes. And the 2 workers do get caught. Here we go. Oh my god, a massive snipe on the Prism. A massive start here for Nice. First Immortal goes down. Second Immortal is going to be going down as well. But what about the Gateway Army? Zealots are trying to close the distance as well. And it looks like I want to give the edge to Nice's main army, but there are so many Adepts, and we commit to the shade. Get on top of the army. We get on top of the Zealots. More Adepts are coming from across the map. We could even try to just go for purely economic damage from here. But no, we go toe-to-toe with the main army instead. A really awkward fight for Estrella. Nice, trying to pull them apart, but more Adepts are coming. They're all coming. We even just turn around and fight for a moment. And GG gets called. It just becomes too much. 15 probes went down. And Estrella will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. A wild series, a wild game there. Oh. And yeah, with that, he will take the 2-0, but that was a very aggressive PvP, and again, that is what I wanted out of them. As, yeah, with that, Estrella, he's going to take the series. He's going to be advancing on. But a shout to Nice. He was able to keep up and go toe-to-toe with Estrella when it comes to the chaotic nature of this PvP, which, again, is what I wanted out of this series. It was amazing. It was beautiful. Of course, Nice does bow out. It is a single elimination tournament, but GG nonetheless. As Estrella does advance on, and we're going to be following Estrella here into his next series. It is going to be Bjorn versus Estrella. Let's go. Let's go. Gonna be getting from a PvP into a PvT. Adepts are pretty good. Adepts are good when you're going all in. Again, as a reminder, it was a 2-base all in against a 3-basing player. Adepts, they do amazingly at just soaking damage, at just soaking hits, especially from both Stalkers and Immortals. They can be very tanky, and yeah, as a result, they can trade surprisingly well, especially in high numbers that early on at that stage of the game. Obviously, they don't scale well. In general, regardless of the matchup, they don't scale well into the mid game and into a later game. But you know, Estrella did just a great job at crippling the economy of Nice and making sure he just never really got out of hand with a Stalker army himself. GG. GG. And with that, we're going to be getting into our next matchup, into our next game on Oceanborn. Into a matchup where, kind of like PvP, Glaive Adepts are very niche. I don't expect to see them here, but there are builds that do incorporate Glaive Adepts against Terran. Just very niche builds. And here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss representing Maturino Esports. Just look down nice, 2-0. It is Estrella. We go. And it is important, I think, that I mentioned that going into something like Glaive Adepts is very niche against Terran, just because Estrella, he's a very unique player and he's very unorthodox. He can play standard, don't get me wrong. He can play standard, he can play macro, but typically he's a very aggressive player, and I'm sure that isn't going to change here. Meanwhile, Bjorn, he does go the long way around. He avoids the main scouting path of the Protoss, so he's going for an eBay block, but Estrella, he is on the low ground. He does spot the SCV, and he is going to be able to get on top of this eBay. Earlier today, we were casting some of those some TVP matchups. We were able to cast Nina versus Kellizer, if I recall correctly, in ESL Masters Americas, and we saw these eBay blocks just wreak havoc. And again, they have been very popular recently in this matchup. It is why we see Estrella very active here on the low ground, just making sure he forces a cancel and then is able to expand the location. Now, if Estrella wasn't on the low ground when he was, then we wouldn't have seen a cancel here. We would have almost completed the eBay, we would have gotten away, and then Australia would have been forced to expand elsewhere, here at the linear base location or the triangular third location. And that gives the opportunity for Bjorn to just wreak havoc and be hyper aggressive and pull the Protoss apart. Alas, Australia is able to avoid that scenario. So again, it's why we often see Protoss players skip their probe scouts and leave their probe on the low ground just to make sure that they're able to get their expansion up and running, just because of how prevalent eBay blocks have become. As we are going for a sentry first. This is another kind of new addition to the repertoire of Protoss this year, is the sentry openers. With these openers, we can of course go for hallucinated scout across the map to try to get a read of what's going on. As we can see, oh, we have a 3-Rax out of Bjorn. Oh my god. A very old school, very aggressive build here out of Bjorn. The reason why this opener here from Protoss is very new to the matchup and very new to this year specifically is because at the start of the year there was a patch. Even before the new map pool, at the very start of the year there was a patch that did actually change the damage point of sentries. It means you can actually kite with them a lot easier against specifically Reapers, and that means sentry openers are much more commonplace. And here we go, hallucination is moving out, is going to be scouting the natural and ideally the main. Bjorn, meanwhile, is in position here on top of the ramp, looking to deny any kind of scout. Pushing up manually, I should say. But here comes hallucination, a massive scout for Australia. He does see all 3 Raxes, and upon seeing this, he can react, he can respond. Again, 3-Rax is quite an aggressive build. The way that this works is that Bjorn is going to be moving out. He's going to be hitting a stim timing. He should be pushing out before Medevacs. We now have a factory on the way, soon to be a Medevac as well for, soon to be a starport as well for Medevacs for some sustain. And again, that's just going to be leading into the mid game. This is not all in by any means, but just a very aggressive build overall. And Australia, he's aware of it. We can approach this in a couple of different ways. We do have a Robo follow-up, and I do like this from Australia. With a Robo tech choice here, it does mean we can get into Fast Colossus, and Fast Colossus used to be like the stock standard, the meta way to just completely shut this down back when 3-Raxes were much more commonplace. There it is. There's the bait. So, just to get into this, because this was scouted so early on, we can see that Australia was able to throw down his tech as a reaction. With that, we're getting into a Safety Immortal, into Robotics Bay, into Colossus. The downside here is that Australia, he doesn't have map control, so he can't be active out here to slow down the army because he doesn't have Blink, because it wasn't a Twilight Council, and he doesn't have Phoenixes because it wasn't a Stargate. So Australia, he has to sacrifice map control here, he has to sacrifice his map presence in favor of taking up very quickly and getting to the power spike that is Colossi. The upside is that Australia should be safe. Like, this bio push, by the time it gets across the map, we will have a Colossus, and the Colossus is just gonna have its way with this Marine army. Meanwhile, Stim is done, and because Bjorn got scouted, he doesn't push in. Meanwhile, the Observer comes in for a follow-up scout, does get eyes on the starport, is aware of the Medevacs. Bjorn, he doesn't hit his first Stim timing. He's going to be biding his time, he's going to be building up his army, and he's working on a double Medevac timing instead. Now, this means that his army is going to hit later, but it's going to have more sustain with Medevacs, of course. It means that every Stim isn't going to hurt him. It means that he can Stim a couple more times and actually maintain control of his army. The downside is that it all just got scouted, and Australia, he's just chilling back at home. We have a third base on the way. First Colossus has arrived. We have a shield battery. We have an overcharge. Now, this army is a little bit more mobile with the Medevacs. We could try to maybe bypass the Colossus and go into the main. But even so, it's not that much room for the Colossus to traverse, and Australia, he should be able to keep up. There you go, double drop is coming in. Probe is going to see this, actually. Australia, he does spot this at a time. He is splitting up his forces. He's keeping his Colossus here at the third, especially because Bjorn, he could go either the main or the third base. Speaking of, there we go, he heads towards the third, and the Colossus is in position. The drop is forced back. Now, thankfully, Bjorn hasn't lost anything yet, so the drop has failed, this is true, but he still maintains all of his army, and he has a second force here in the center of the map. He could try to distract Australia, especially with these Medevacs, and trying to slip in here, maybe towards the natural base, maybe into a mineral line, or even getting on top of the rover. With Marauders, we can chunk through some buildings, and there we go, we do scan! Colossus knocking down that pylon. Army heading towards that natural base. Is going to be spotted. Estrella in position. He has, of course, Stalkers here at the main. Colossus on the front lines. And Bjorn is rotating around, looking for a way in, throwing down the third CC behind this. Long distance mining even. Trying to catch up in the economy. And so far, Bjorn hasn't committed. He backs off. And again, what's really important here is that this is all about positional play. Bjorn hasn't lost anything. He hasn't attacked. He hasn't committed. He's been looking for an opening. He's been looking for a way in, but alas, he hasn't found one yet. But his army is still terrifying just because he's been building it up over time. And here we go. Estrella, oh my god. Estrella taking some tank shots to the face. Losing one Stalker for free. But he will force back the army. And Bjorn, very mature move, he unsieges, he backs off. He doesn't want to be caught out, doesn't want to lose a fight needlessly. As a result, you can see here that both players are on an even economy, and Bjorn has a supply lead. Bjorn, he's actually got a better economy than that of the Protoss, so the pressure is suddenly on Estrella. We need a fourth. We need a fourth base, and we need one soon. Meanwhile, we throw down a Dark Shrine. DTs. Dark Shrine is on the way here at the natural. That is a good way to come back. Estrella is falling behind a little bit, and yeah, DTs that could wreak havoc here in the mineral lines. We do have 3 orbitals, so we do have potential for scans. There is a turret here in the main. War Prism going to be sneaking in from the right hand side. We have a turret here at the natural as well. No turret at the third base, but plenty of energy for scans. Army's moving out. We do have some sort of Marine. Scan does confirm the move out as well. We can see that Estrella does want to keep the attention on this main army because we have the backstab getting ready. We have Zealots and Dark Templar. Meanwhile, turret is thrown down in between the bases. This third base, there's turrets here as well. There's detection everywhere. DTs aren't going to get any damage done. We have Vikings patrolling this dead space to shut down any kind of prison play. Bjorn is just looking so secure. Meanwhile, Estrella trying to find a way in. So far, unsuccessful. With Nations, they do confirm the turrets. The sensor tower, the 4th base on the way. Likewise, Estrella getting his own 4th up and running. Now we have the 4th on the way for Bjorn. Behind this, we have Ghosts in production for Bjorn as well. He's been able to take up. We have +1 ship weapons for eventually Vikings, as well as, I was going to say Ravens, as well as Liberators. We will work towards those Liberation Zones soon. And that is not just double Robo Disruptor production. We have a 3rd Robo on the way for triple Disruptor production. My oh my. Estrella really just getting into the swing of things here, refining his army, getting to that late game. Stargate is on the way, +1 air attack as well. +1 air attack as well. And Estrella, he's getting ready for Skytoss. Skytoss is the next step. And Estrella looks like he has recognized just how passive, how defensive his opponent is. Meanwhile, the DTs are getting to the main. Massive warping into the main base. Probes are going down, SCVs even. The Zealots, they go straight for the upgrades, they go straight for the E-Bays. They don't quite get them. Oh, can we deny +3? It's gonna be close. Ooh, we do not deny +3, but we get so many more SCVs here at the 3rd. Bjorn pulled completely out of position. He wasn't ready for this. At the same time, the main army pushing him forward, but it does run into some tanks. 2 tanks go down, the Novas, they pop off. 25 SCVs go down. For what? For Zealots and a couple of Dark Templar. 2 Dark Templar even survive. Bjorn was doing so well getting up to this point, getting up to 4 base economy, getting up to a maxed out army even. But just like that, in one swift move, Estrella, he is up in the economy. And upon killing 2 tanks, he can push in. The defensive line here for Beyond is significantly weaker without those tanks. Good force fields. 4 Marauders go down. Novas! Not quite connecting. Some okay connections, but less than ideal. 1 Disruptor does go down. Beyond does avert disaster. Meanwhile, +1 air attack about to finish up, and carrier production has commenced. Astray, it feels like he is 1 step ahead. For example, we have a fusion core on the way. This is for Liberators, for Liberator range, as we mentioned before. And Liberators, they are ideal for a ground toss army. They completely annihilate Stalkers, Colossus, Disruptors, everything that Estrella has. But as Beyond gets ready for Liberators, we have Estrella already working towards carriers. So really, instead of Libs, I mean, we'd still need Liberators, but we need Vikings more than anything. Meanwhile, the Dark Templar, they go back in. They get 4 SCVs as well as the turret. It creates room for Estrella. Viking count not looking too bad. Sensor Tower goes down the Nova. Ooh, 2 ghosts. Oh my god. We don't have many ghosts to begin with. Bear that in mind. We have 5 ghosts in total, and for 2 to go down. Big pig off for Estrella. As he backs off, rotates back around. How many Vikings do we have? We have 6 Vikings, not too bad. That is good enough to deal with Colossus, but here we go. The carriers, they have arrived. And so far, unscouted. If they were scouted, we would see another 1, maybe 2 more starports. Again, we casted Estrella in WTL. We casted Estrella versus Sarah recently in WTL, but we also casted a TVP going to the late game, and Massive Viking is what you want, is what you need. Estrella just making his way towards that 4th base. At the same time, Beyond going for a massive counterattack, but the recall does come in. Beyond a little bit too late there to pull the trigger, too late to go for those EMPs. Ambitious move. Disruptor gets picked up. Essentially, I don't know if you saw, but Beyond did EMP this base, but 1 second too late, which meant the recall did go off. Otherwise, this Nexus would have gone down. Here we go. Estrella going to be rotating over towards the center. Carriers are revealed. Liberators are on the way, plus 2 ship weapons as well. Decent EMPs with the Novas. Going off. Not the best connections. Oh, that's a much better one, though. Good chunk of Marauders go down. Forced to slowly work through these turrets. Beyond trying to sneak out a 5th base. Quite an exposed 5th. But so far unscouted. So he's getting away with it. There, his 2nd starport is up and running. We're making 4 Liberators at a time. Good EMP once again. Oh, but the Novas, they don't care about your EMP. More turrets are falling. But no big connections this time on the army, at least. Astray is getting ready for a backstab towards the natural, but little does he know he's coming across. Oh, he doesn't know! He does not see the 5th. Barely doesn't spot it. Meanwhile, liberation zones, they have arrived. We can see Estrella rotating over towards the 3rd. And the prism does make its way in. Now, Estrella is maxed out, so we actually can't warp in too many units. The carriers, they wreak havoc. Liberators are going down. 12 SCVs as well. Oh, the Novas! They connect, and once again, very limited anti-air. Like big EMPs on the carriers, you can see that they are stripped of their shields. But the interceptors, they deal with everything else. Novas into the mineral line. And Beyond, he's zoned away from his own 4th base. He's trying to engage. He does get on top of the Colossus. The Liberators, they go down. The carriers, they just go to town on them. And this planetary is forfeit. We're coming from behind. Big EMPs. The carriers, they're so low. But there's just not enough on the ground. Marines are falling. The Vikings as well. And it looks like Estrella, he has cleaned up the army. GG gets called, and Estrella will take game. number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Again, Estrella, tech-wise, one step ahead from his opponent, was able to start working on that transition, start working on that Skytoss transition a lot faster than normal once he realized that Beyond was just turtling up. It was essentially when Beyond was taking his 4th. When he was taking his 4th base, that is when Estrella threw down Stargate and started +1 air attack ahead of time. We did see a lot of posturing between the two armies, but again, the carriers are something that Beyond just was not quite ready for. He was, we mentioned at the time, he was just slightly one step behind. I was trying to be aggressive, and there were a couple of really good moments for Beyond, don't get me wrong. But likewise, Estrella doing such a great job here, not just at teching, but also sneaking in that with that Warp Prism, getting economic damage done, and keeping the attention of Beyond back at home. GG. GG, well played. Now we're working towards game number 2. Nice to yeah. I see deep value in the chat. I'm not gonna lie, I had wiped that from my memory. Adepts versus Terran. If you remember, I remember someone made a clip of it. If you remember, we asked Nice about those Adepts against Terran. He specifically said that he just thought it was funny. Just thought it was, it was funny, you know. Give him credit. True. Game number 2 is gonna be on Hecate. Last week, didn't Beyond get a bunker up and 2 Reapers and Estrella immediately GG'd? Very possible, very possible. I mean, things can get really dire in the early game. That can occur, but it looks like his opponent has since learned from his mistakes. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate. We have the South Korean Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player representing Macherino Esports. Leading the series 1-0, it is Estrella. Here we go. Estrella able to really flex his skill there in the late game of PvT. But there were so many layers to that game. I don't want to like hyperfixate on, you know, the fact that Estrella was able to get into Skytoss and was able to, you know, get up to a 4 and then 5 base economy up against Beyond and go toe-to-toe in the late game. Like, these are all true facts. That's, yeah, not wrong. But if you remember, it all started with Beyond going for a 3 racks. And it all started with Beyond getting scouted. Estrella was able to go into a fast Robo, into fast Colossus, shut down the 3 racks. Beyond had to transition into a 3-1-1 setup, into his double medevac timing, if you remember, and Estrella positionally was able to shut him down time and time again. Another eBay block coming in from Beyond, but it is scouted, and Estrella will shut it down. 2 games in a row. Again, I want to reiterate, eBay blocks in this matchup have become far more common. These past couple of weeks, eBay blocks have become so common, and I love that Estrella has adapted to it, has been very adamant about scouting. He even went for a low ground wall as well, just to make sure that he had a that he had a probe in position. He scouts, he denies, and he will expand where he wants to. Just to reiterate, just to quickly go over the advantage of the eBay block, we have seen many Terran players like Beyond, Cure, Clem comes to mind as well, where if they're able to get that eBay up and running, and if the Protoss is forced to expand at a 3rd base location, then Terran players are just so good at abusing and punishing and just killing the Protoss then and there, just because of how exposed their natural is. And we can see that Beyond wanted to do that. He went for a single gas opener, delayed his CC, went for a factory. If Beyond was able to force the unnatural, this would have been a reactor swap into Cyclones. Now it should be into Hellions. There we go, Hellions are on the way, because Beyond is going for a proxy starport. He's trying to make use of his setup here, and obviously now he can't actually be as aggressive as he wanted to be, so time to turn some water into wine, go for a proxy starport, go for some drops. Of course, a very aggressive build here. We do see Estrella trying to get a scout up. He does get eyes on the Hellions, just barely. That is a bit of a tell. He doesn't see the natural, doesn't see additional gases, but seeing those Hellions, I'm sure Estrella is on notice back at home. A 3-gate opener before tech. Oh, not just 3 gateways, 2 of them, they make their way across the map. They're looking to delay the CC on the low ground. They get one of the Hellions. Oh my god. And we could maybe even get another. CC is going to be delayed. Upon seeing even more Hellions coming out, again, Estrella, he should be wise to this. So he doesn't get another Hellion. Medevac comes out. Drop is on the way. 3 Hellions do one-shot workers. But we have a shield battery, we have a Stalker getting in position, and Estrella playing so safe. He delays his Twilight Council, he delays his Stargate to get into 3 gateways just to warp in, just to have an army. Here we go, the Hellions have been spotted. We are going to try to drop right into that mineral line. Estrella warping in across the map instead. He's crazy. Oh my god. He gets here just in time, delays the expansion, delays the bunker. Cyclone popping off, taking down one of those Stalkers. But this Hellion drop hasn't done anything. It can't do anything, it's just been zoned away. Beyond, his attention was back at home, and yes, he's going to get his expansion back up and running. But a very late expansion. Starport is floating back home, and based on the health on this Starport, I don't see how we get any damage done. Oh, we're going to try and sneak in though. Try and get some damage done, but no! Oh my god. Stalkers are ready for it. Beyond likewise hoping to catch this army if we get another warping of Stalkers. Without Stim, this army is so vulnerable. Marines, they get caught off guard. Overextension out of Beyond, bleeds out 3 Marines. He's got 3 left in that bunker. And behind this, we're getting into a bit of a 2-1-1 setup. But just a really awkward start here for Beyond, just because of its failed proxy. And now Estrella's getting into a 3rd. He's getting into his 3rd base. Beyond gonna try and harass across the map. It's a bit of a risky maneuver because it means that he's vulnerable back at home. But he is moving out. And likewise, Estrella finally working on his tech. He went for a robo first once again into a bay, into Colossus. Stalkers are in position. They shut down one of the Cyclones. They're going to get a 2nd as well. Very efficient trade here from Estrella. Still patrolling those Stalkers. Safety Immortal on the way. We got +1. We got Blink. A very similar setup here from game 1. Observer confirms the Raxes, confirms lack of Stim, as Tech Lab is still on the way on that on that 2nd Rax. And we have a continued tank production. So by the time Beyond moves out, he's going to have like 4 tanks. It's going to be a hefty army. It's going to be pretty intense. Estrella, though, he's aware. He's getting ready for it. He even has his Observer to scout any kind of move outs. No, I was going to say a bold move for the Observer to go over the Marines. Beyond sees, he scans, he does take down that Observer. Very keen eyes out of Beyond. And that means that this move out is not spotted. It is not going to be scouted by the Observer. Again, Estrella, he's aware of the tank army, but I'm sure he's hoping that Beyond doesn't push without Stim. Stim, it just started. Our upgrades are just now on the way. But Beyond, he's going for a bit of an anti-timing, pushing out ahead of time. Trying to catch Estrella with his pants down. Estrella, though, he has a shield battery, has an overcharge, is in position for the most part. Scan does reveal that we do have a Liberator coming in. Tanks are getting within range. Big volley is going to be going off. A charge is not done, by the way, but we do get on top of the tanks. Oh my god, the Colossus is going to be hugging the tanks, actually. Oh my god. The Colossus does survive. The tanks go down, and without Stim, these Marines, they do not pose a threat at all. Very nice control there out of Estrella. For those wondering, This Colossus should be dead. It should be dead. But Estrella, he intentionally was hugging the tanks with this Colossus to avoid any shots, which does keep the Colossus alive. And with that, Estrella, he's actually in a commanding position. This sim timing was supposed to hit with tanks, with 4 tanks even, but 3 of them went down already. Bjorn going for a double jump into the main base. Oh, he's going to focus down that pylon. He's going to depower those gateways, deny the warp in. We're going straight for the mineral line. Probes are going down. I love it. We're focusing down stalkers. We're freeing up this drop. We're trying to anyway. Colossus does arrive, but the drop gets out. Oh no, they're Hellions. Hellions finally go in, and they finally go down as well. But that was a really good move out of Bjorn. To kill 10 workers to depower some pylons, or depower some gateways, sorry, by killing pylons. Really nicely done. But Estrella's pushing. And back at home, this defensive position is not as strong as it once was. We only have 2 tanks. Charge is about to finish. That's a lot of zealots, and there's just not enough on the ground. There's not enough SimCity. We dive on top of the first tank, and the second tank goes down as well. Even if this drop was back at home, we just don't have the firepower. Not anymore. The boys are being pulled into Colossus. Second Colossus is on the way. Vikings are being focused down, and Estrella is snowballing out of control. GG is going to get called, and Estrella will take the series 2-0. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Estrella popping off here. He didn't just take down Bjorn, he 2-0'd Bjorn. GG, well played. And to be fair, a lot of this is off of the back of Bjorn being overly aggressive. To briefly talk about the series, 1, 3 Raxes are very out of fashion. So if you remember on game 1 on Oceanborn, Bjorn going for a 3 Rax and then getting scouted and being shut down, it was a rough start for Bjorn in that game, and it allowed Estrella to get himself up and running on 3 bases and look really robust in the early game to get into the mid game. Here in game number 2 as well, for Bjorn to double down, delaying his expansion, going for a faster factory, and committing to that proxy starport as well, was a risky maneuver, and Estrella was all over it. As a result, Bjorn was behind from the start of the game, right? Remember, his CC was late because of his opener, and it was delayed as well. You know, the Adepts came in, they were able to delay the expansion by quite a lot. The Hellion drop didn't do anything. It literally did 0 damage, eventually dying at the end of the game, and all these things, it just set Bjorn a little bit behind, and a little bit further behind as well, and it allowed Estrella to really snowball out of control and get into a really comfortable position. GG, well played. Again, maybe Bjorn being overly aggressive here against Estrella, and being punished for it as a result. Being punished in the end. Estrella showing off as well that, hey, you know, you gotta put some respect to the name, okay? Gotta respect Estrella, and I'm sure the next time they face, maybe we'll see some more standard openers out of Bjorn against Estrella. I'm sure. With that, I believe that is Estrella making it to the semifinals. Does make it into the semifinals, and we divert our attention elsewhere to another TVP. Another quarterfinals match. It is going to be Gumiho versus Hero. Let's go. Let us go. So game 1 is going to be taking place on Alkyone. Carriage run scout as well. Yeah, we pointed that out. Did point that out during the game itself. And here we go. We're getting into our next series. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkyone, we have the South Korean Terran player representing his new team, representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player representing Dragon Kaizi Gaming. It is Hero. We we go. Hero, of course, being the most recent KSL champion. And we'll see if he can do so again. As so far, we do have Gumiho going for what seems to be a Rax Expand, a standard opener, but what looks to be standard may not always be the case, as it's actually going for a double gas opener instead. So an aggressive start here for Gumiho. Gumiho is a very unpredictable player. He's one of the few players that's willing to play mech against Protoss as well. Just a very wild player to keep track of, and that's why Gumiho is a lot of fun to watch. He's a treat, and again, a big shout out to our Terran player here to be picked up by Cloud9 of all teams. It's kind of weird, right? It's like I feel like Cloud9, sorry, has been around for a very long time, and it feels surreal for them to actually have a StarCraft player. It's like, I don't know, who else is like another team from that generation? From like Cloud9 is like second generation of esports team, like maybe TSM sort of era, like 2013, 2014, like I don't know, it feels weird. But I appreciate it. It's really cool to see Gumiho finally on a team, and a really prestigious team at that. Makes plenty of sense. Gumiho, he is the most recent ESL Masters Summer runner-up. Runner-up only to Serral, if you remember. And even then, Gumiho versus Serral, Gumiho, he made Serral bleed. Like, that was a pretty intense series and very back and forth. Because of Gumiho's unorthodox style, even Serral needs time to adjust and has a hard time keeping up, so yeah, a very valuable pickup, and I look forward to potentially seeing Cloud9 maybe even invest a little bit further. I don't know if they're going to be interested in the next season of WTL. If you remember, WTL is the reason why Team Basilisk signed additional players, why they got a roster of 3 to actually compete in the team league. I'm curious if Cloud9 is interested in that sort of thing, or if they're content only having 1. That's also why Twisted Minds also signed Young Yakov and Nickrat. They have a roster of 3 alongside Classic, just to compete in WTL. So that is something to bear in mind, and it is a possibility for the future. That's of course next year at this point. It's going to be next year, the next season of World Team League. Quite a ways away. As for now, it is going to be, of course, a double gas opener into what looks to be a mind drop variation. I say variation because we're actually being very aggressive here. Hellions and Reapers are going to be moving out. The wall is not a wall. We're going to be trying to bust into the bases here of Hero to get some economic damage done. Meanwhile, Hero did go for a Stargate opener. With this, he needs to pick up the Hellions. The Hellions are the biggest threat, and here we go. The Reapers, they dive into the main base. Adepts are going to try to keep up. At the same time, Hellions will be threatening that natural. Do end up getting a lift on one of those Reapers. Meanwhile, the Hellions, they get into the natural. Oh! The probes are lining up. 3 workers go down. A 4th worker as well. And we will shut this down, but not without killing 5 probes. That's pretty good, not gonna lie. 5 probes for 1 Hellion and 2 Reapers. A worthwhile trade here for Gumiho. And he still has another Hellion and Reaper alive. At the same time, Mind Drop is coming out. Now, not just a Mind Drop. We have 2 Winter Mines and 4 Marines. As we have mentioned in the past, these are far... This looks a little bit deceiving, but these Marines can pose a massive threat here to the mineral line. Ideally, you have the Mines to zone away the army, to zone away Adepts and Phoenixes as well, and you have the Marines to focus down as many probes as possible. This can get out of control. And so we even go... Oh my god, we're doubling down on Cloak Banshees. The aggression doesn't end. We start with Hellion Reaper, into a Mind Drop, into Banshee play. And we'll see if we can get the damage that we're looking for. Adepts, they get across the map. At the same time, here comes the drop into the main. Phoenixes are out of position. Late reaction. Up. No reaction whatsoever. Probes are going to be going down. Massive connections. 14 probes. Oh my god. Forget about the Marines. The mines, they popped off. And finally, we cleaned this up. But Hero, he sustained far too much damage. Across the map, he commits to the Shade. He gets cleaned up. And we aren't done. This was merely the second stage, the second phase of the aggression from Gumiho, because we still have those Banshees, we still have even more potential for damage. Banshees are going to be moving out. Phoenixes likewise hit the field. Gonna try to get a read on what exactly is going on. Hero, he hasn't been able to scout the main base. He doesn't know what's happening. Doesn't know what's coming his way. We're committing. The Adepts, they do commit, but there are too many Marines, too many Cyclones. The Phoenixes, they cannot dive on top of that army. They go straight for the mineral line. They're going to get some workers. 2 SCVs go down. But we have to respect the Cyclones. We have to respect the Marines. The Banshees, they arrive, and do we have detection? We do not. But we only get 2 probes. Only 2 workers. I feel like we could have gotten more. Instead, we're going to try to retreat. Phoenixes are giving chase. But likewise, as the Phoenixes are pulled out of position, here comes the main army for Gumiho. And Hero, he's still on 22. He hasn't been making workers. 22 probes. He's all in. Well, he doesn't even have the economy to be all in. Like, it's... I don't know what the plan is going to be here for Hero. He's making Immortals and Sentries, so it's just going to be a ground-based all-in here. Yep, there we go. Prism is on the way. It's all or nothing for Hero. The economy is non-existent, and we are not making probes. We're not trying to recover. It's going to be one Hail Mary play. One Hail Mary play here from Hero. Back at home, we have 3 Banshees. Why do we have 3? That's so much. But we do have 3 Banshees. We have a couple of Cyclones. A Stim is now done. +1 about to kick in. Combat Shields on the way. And Gumiho's getting his 3rd base on location because he can afford to. He is just that much ahead. That far ahead even. Not a good start. No, the sentries get caught out. 3 of them go down. Not the best start to the all-in. But there's no turning back. We have to commit. There's no other way about this. The Immortals have dropped good target firing here on some of the Banshees. Force fields are thrown down as well, forcing back some of the army, but there are just so many Marines, so many Cyclones and Banshees that the army is forced back. There's nothing left outside of these Immortals. 1 goes down. GG gets called, and Gumiho will take game number 1. Ooh, just snowballing out of control in the early game, into the mid game. Just non-stop aggression, and obviously what did seal the deal there was the mine drop. I mean, there was just so much chaos going on there that Hero was having a hard time keeping up. Started with the Hellion Reaper, continued with the mine drop, and then ended at the end there with those Banshees as well. Remember, the mine drop, it killed 14 probes, 14 workers. That is insane. And just a lapse in judgment, delayed reaction out of Hero did cost him everything. And with that, Gumiho is going to be up 1-0 in this series, and we're going to be getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. But, oh, yep, I see in the chat. Fnatic. Fnatic did have a StarCraft team, to be fair. Am I crazy? I want to say, did Fnatic have... They had a European roster, right? They had... Oh my god. Was it a French player? Fnatic, not Nurture. Nurture's Polish. Daishi? Was Daishi on Fnatic? I'll double check. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Hecate, we have the South Korean Terran player leading the series 1-0. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the bottom left, we have his opponent currently down in the series, looking to fight back, representing CranKy Gaming. It is Hero. Am I crazy? I'm pretty sure Daishi was on Fnatic, right? Let's double check. Liquipedia. I could just look up Fnatic, but I'm going to look up Daishi specifically because I don't know why, but his name does come to mind. No, he was on Millennium. Who was on Fnatic? Or was no one on Fnatic? Let's have a look. It was... Who am I thinking of? Zanstar, that's it. Not Daishi. Zanstar, a lot of players were on Fnatic. Zanstar, Nighten, Nee was on Fnatic for a while. Rain, they had a Korean roster alive. Let's go. But yeah, for those who don't know, Fnatic did have a StarCraft roster back in Heart of the Swarm. I do remember watching a lot of them. That's also why Fnatic is like, whenever I would see like an international or like another esport, I'd be like, oh hey, I know them. They used to be in StarCraft. I'm pretty sure they originated in StarCraft, or at least before the other esports. They were first in StarCraft, then the others. NIP, that's Ninjas in Pajamas. They did not have a StarCraft roster. I do know that. NIP, they're a little bit newer, right? A little bit of a newer team. Like, I say newer, I'm talking like 2014, 2015 sort of thing. Back when those big teams were actually present in StarCraft. Well, I mean, they started in StarCraft. Like, they were... This is before they branched out into, like, the other esports. We were talking about Cloud9 having a roster, by the way. That's the context. I was curious, or like it was just feeling weird seeing one of those a team that's been around for a long time but just never invested into StarCraft. Cloud9 was one of them for a long time. Now they're in. Which is, of course, amazing to see. As we get into this, once again, a double gas opener, faster factory out of Gumiho, an aggressive build here. Once again, it's Gumiho. We want that aggression. And Adepts are making their way towards that natural base. They're going to be looking to delay the expansion. They can take down the Reapers even. Oh my god. Not a bad trade out of Hero. Shuts down some of the Reapers. Does get cleaned up. Behind this is going to be a Stargate opener. But this time it is not Stargate. Into Phoenix's Hero. He's doing what he does best. He's going Adept Oracle. This is very unique to Hero, but in this matchup, he can control Adept Oracle like no other, and he can just go to town, and here we go, the Hellions, they do dive in, but the Oracle is back at home to clean this up. How much can we get done? He's going to take a couple of volleys here to kill some workers, and it looks like, oh, it is not going to be enough. The Hellions go down, Adept gets across the map, doesn't get too much done, but Hero has map control. We have a second Oracle on the way, and Hero is looking to reciprocate what happened in Game 1. Game 1 was brutal, don't get me wrong, and Hero, he's angry. He's upset. He's looking to get damage done. And here we go. Both Oracles are moving out. Two Oracles, of course, they one-shot workers. We have Adepts on the ground. And Phoenix is behind us. Meanwhile, we have Gumiho at the same time going for a drop. Marine drop is on the way. The wall is a wall, but there's nothing on the low ground. SCV is going to be going down. Mine shot goes off, but alas, Widowmine will be targeted down as well. We get two. We get up. Almost up to 3. We go straight for the Cyclone. And that's going to be a kill on the Cyclone as well. At the same time, the drop does get across the map. Quick reaction out of Hero. He does pull back in time. Doesn't lose anywhere near as many probes. He's going to be forced back. He will be losing his Oracles, but he gets 4 worker kills, Marines, Cyclones, and he defends back at home, going straight for a third base. As the dust does settle, Hero, he is up in workers, and of course, up in bases as well. I do think he's content with this, but the downside is he did lose the Oracles. Losing the Oracles is a pretty big deal. But we're not done. We are not done, not even close. Once again, Cloak Banshees are on the way. 2 games in a row here for Gumiho. But that's a ways off, and before we can get into Cloak Banshees, Hero, he's here once again with 5 Adepts. We will commit to the Shade. With the help of these Phoenixes, we can actually lay siege upon these Marines. Oh my god, the Cyclone is going to shut down these Phoenixes eventually, but the Marines are going down. The Adepts are going ham. Boys, they have to be pulled. Oh, more SCVs are falling. Even picking up some extra Marines, we dive into the main base, so we get another 5 SCVs. And we go to full scout, we do get eyes on the Banshee. the Viking drop. Let's go. And because Gumiho's been bleeding out so much, he has to back off. He's throwing down a 3rd CC here back at home. Meanwhile, his opponent's already on 3-way saturation, so Gumiho is one step behind. He's now going to be moving out. A bit of a kitchen sink attack. He's got a Viking, a tank, a Cyclone, a couple of Marines. There is no stim with this either, so vanilla Marines. A Banshee, just, yeah, a bit of everything. We'll see how this all comes together here. There is a shield battery that's just about to finish up at the third base for Hero. He will have an overcharge. Charge, speaking of, is not done. Uh-oh. Without charge, gonna be difficult to get on top of this army. We dive on forward. That tank getting a lot of hits off. Second tank is on the way. Bunker is thrown down as well. Can Gumiho break the natural? Charge is finishing up in 10 seconds. We're just biding our time. A bunker is on the way. And there we go. Charge has completed. We're going to be diving on this army. We ignore the tanks. We go straight for the Marines, trying to force some friendly fire. I do like this from Hero when he shuts down the army, gets on top of the tank, and we'll clean everything up. Again, that was very intentional from Hero. He intentionally didn't dive on the tanks. He could have, 100% he could have gone on top of the tanks. But no, he went for the Marines. He forced some friendly fire, cleaned up the Marines first, then cleaned up the tanks instead. And Hero is able to pull off the defense. And he is up almost 20 workers. Gumiho is still on 2 bases. And Hero, he's doubling down on the aggression. We have a Dark Shrine on the way. I don't think we need DTs, I'll be honest. But sure, why not? Scan reveals that we have a Forge on the way and 2 gases. This tells Gumiho that Hero is teching. Hero is teching up into something like either Storm or Colossus. Phoenixes move out, they get into the main base. We'll be able to get a couple of these SCVs. We have blue, we're meching! Oh! I did notice all the Cyclones. It was like 20 seconds ago where I panned to the main base, I saw the Cyclones, and I saw both of these factories building, and my brain just assumed that they were additional Raxes. Like, my brain initially was like, yo, are we going mech? And I was like, oh no, there are Raxes on the way. No. They were not Raxes, they were factories, papi. And I did mention this before in Game 1, how Gumiho is one of the few Terran players out there that's willing to play mech against Protoss. I just said that to say that, because it's true, but I did not expect Gumiho to actually play mech this series. Ay. So, fortunate that we did mention that. DTs are going to be getting into the main bases, and a couple of SCVs are going to be going down. Likewise, Banshee's wreaking havoc in the main base as well. Getting 7, oh my god, soon to be 8 probe kills. So both players are hurting in their own way. Oh my god, 1 Banshee for each mineral line, 10 workers go down. This is honestly pretty amazing, like, to get 11, 12, 13 probes. Tying things up, Gumiho's third base may be delayed, but the worker counts are not too far off from each other. So an amazing amount of damage was dealt, but this main army is still a little bit lacking here. We have a couple of tanks, that's true. Hero, has he scouted this? He has. He has seen the factories, he's aware. Typically the way to respond is to go for a gateway heavy composition and Immortals to support. We are still making Colossus, which is surprising to me. Colossus, not Immortals. Here we go, we are moving out. Hero getting ready for a massive warp in. Tanks are unsieged. Uh-oh. Gumiho, now is not the time to unsiege. He's moving out. As he moves out, he gets completely outpositioned. Hero comes in from behind, goes straight for the natural base. Tanks are not ready for this. Pieces they get on top of whatever they can. They pick up every single tank as well. The boys are being pulled, and Gumiho gets completely overwhelmed. GG gets called, and Hero ties up the series 1-1. GG. I feel like we were robbed. I feel like we were promised a mech game, but we never really got it. Like, Gumiho, he had a decent army, but he was woefully underprepared, and his army just got completely swallowed up by Hero. It wasn't even close. GG. GG, well played. We have a tied up series. We're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3, and in general, Mech is ill-advised against Protoss. It's not the best composition just because there's so much that counters it. Charge lots, specifically charge lots, Blink Stalkers, a gateway heavy composition can quite handily deal with a Mech army. But at the same time, it's usually looking a little bit more competitive than that. It was just very unfortunate that Gumiho missed the army, didn't know where Hero was, and happened to be unsieged at the time as well. Caught completely off guard. And with that, we're getting into game number 3. Getting into that third game. There was Hearthstone too. No, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Not Daishi, I was thinking of Hearthstone on Fnatic. True. Yeah, my brain, I don't know why, but I have a distinct memory of, maybe it was a photo, maybe it was a photo on Wikipedia, but I do remember Hearthstone in the Fnatic jersey. Like that's like a burned image in my mind. But here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have the South Korean Terran player attempting mech in that last game with mixed success. Representing Cloud9, it is Gumiho. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player fighting back in that series, tying it up 1-1. Representing Dragon Kaiser Gaming, it is Hero. Look, Daishi was tall, Hearthstone was tall, it's fine. Close enough, Babby, close enough. As we are just going to be getting into this. Again, so far, probe getting across, not being a bit of a nuisance. We do have a second probe moving out though for a proxy, and this is looking like a proxy, a prime proxy Stargate location. I'm curious. I'm curious if we're going to commit to the Stargate or if we head in a different direction instead. Again, proxy Stargate is not all in by any means. Well, we'll see as the Cyber Core is just now thrown down. We have a Zealot on the way. If we have a Zealot on the way, this could be a proxy gateway actually. We will see. As the probe is being annoying, just getting an eye on, or just getting a read on things. It is going to be a Rax Expand. There it is, economic opener out of Gumiho. CC's on the high ground, so being very safe, being very conservative with his CC location. But on the way nonetheless, this is perfect for Hero, by the way, who is going proxy Stargate. So, because this more economic opener, this means a later factory, it means later cyclones, later tech, and we'll see how much damage Hero can get done. As this isn't all in, he should be expanding behind this, should be working on his Nexus as soon as he can. Hellion moves out and up. Oh, he misses it just barely. Just barely does miss the pylon. Doesn't get eyes on the proxy. And Hero, we may not even expand. We have a proxy pylon thrown down across the map. Void Rays on the way. Let's go. Show us the shield batteries. Shield batteries are thrown down. We're playing PvT like it's 2021. Let's go. Oh my god. We've gone back in time a couple of years back to when the shield batteries weren't nerfed. It's Moon Dance all over again. It is time to dance in the moonlight. Marines are taking a lot of hits. Now, for those wondering, this is a build that has had a resurgence in recent times. The reason for this is the change to the Cyclone. The Cyclone has significantly less range than it used to. Because of that, proxy Void Ray with shield batteries is a lot more powerful. Because of the nerf to the lock-on range, just like that, the Void Ray can lay siege upon that depot. And if Gumiho tries to commit, then he will be exposing his army. He'll be exposing that Cyclone. And this depot is going to go down. Behind this, we do not have a starport. Oof. Without a starport, no Vikings. Without Vikings, Gumiho is going to have a hard time defending. Second Void Ray appears. Third Void Ray is on the way. We have a tank coming out, not another Cyclone. Gumiho just not having the best setup for this. CVs are going down. And how can we engage? How can we engage? Getting a lot of damage done on one of those Void Rays, but does get within range of the shield batteries. Second tank? No shot. I understand that the Cyclone has been changed, and obviously it does lack range at the moment, but to not get a second Cyclone is insane. We have another tank on the way. Stim in production here for Gumiho. Actually, Gumiho, he was in the military a couple of years ago. Not too sure how much experience he has with this. Stim is going to be denied. Nah, I think Gumiho was active when this was prevalent. The Marines, they go down one after the other. That is all the anti-air we had left. We have the Cyclone, and it will be targeted down. And just like that, what shoots up? 3 Marines. That is what shoots up. Which means we can camp the production. We can even camp the factory as well. Tech Lab is going to go down. Starport is going to be denied, and the Hero, he's expanding right next to him. He's taking his third as his natural. Gumiho cannot engage. He can get within range of these shield batteries. He will slowly whittle away at them, but we're losing every single SCV. Marines are going down one after the other. And as a bit of a PSA if you're a Terran player, and if you face this on the ladder, I do believe that the consensus is that you do need factories. You do need your factories. What? You do need starports. You need Vikings. Vikings more than anything. That is what you need to rely upon. We have a proxy fleet beacon and proxy Tempest. Somewhere out there, Roddy is a happy boy. Roddy, he's a happy boy, Pathias. Proxy Tempest, you rarely get to see it, but it is here. And without Vikings, without a starports, it's just very difficult to deal with this. Not impossible, but very difficult nonetheless. And at this point, it's gotten out of control. Shield batteries have gone down, but we have more on the way. And we're even going to be mining from this Nexus. Now we up to two Tempests. Gumiho, he is making 2 Vikings at a time, but this may just be too little too late at this point. Far too little too late for these Vikings. As we have tectonic destabilizers, that's what it's called, right? I remember trying to learn it. The Tempest upgrade is tectonic something. I think it's destabilizers. As the Tempest is just going ham here on that bunker. Viking count slowly getting higher. You can see that Gumiho, he wants to try to bait the army in with the mine. Mine shot does go off. But on the Stalker and not on the Void Rays. As the Tempest, they can just kite away at whatever they want. They take down the Cyclone. And they're going to be focus firing some of these Vikings as well. An extra Void Ray does go down. You can see the Widowmine is going to try to come in from behind. I appreciate the movement here from Gumiho. But alas, he's just being cornered further and further back into his main base. Yeah, that I don't know what he said. But he did laugh. He did laugh towards the end. GG gets called, and Hero will take the series 2-1, taking down and eliminating Gumiho from the tournament. GG. GG, well played. And yeah, we have seen proxy starports, proxy void rays specifically, rise up here these past couple of weeks. Nice has done it himself. Hero's done it. Classic? Was it no, not Classic. Creator has done it as well. Don't want to confuse creator with classic, but yeah, they have been whipping it out every now and then. You know, maybe once every couple of weeks we've been seeing it. It's not the most common build, but does have potential nowadays, especially with the change to the Cyclone, especially if the Terran player isn't rehearsed with the defense, if they're like going a little bit like off the cuff and trying to piece it all together. Like, things can get really chaotic really quickly, and GG, well played. Congratulations to Hero, as he does take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. And we've been following this story to its logical conclusion. You know who else is in the semis? Australia. Up next is going to be Hero versus Australia. And we are halfway through the broadcast. We're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we'll have our semis and the grand finals as well. We're getting there. We just wrapped up with all the quarterfinals matches that we had. And we are going on a short break. So again, if you enjoyed, you know, hit that follow button. If you want to support the KSL, !KSL in the chat. And you will get a link to the Patreon to support and to fund this tournament. For those wondering, the KSL, the Korean StarCraft League, it is a league that is funded by the community, for the community, and if you want to be a part of that, if you want to help support the Korean scene, that Patreon is going to be the way to do it. You also gain some benefits if you are interested in replay packs from the KSL. Then you will get them via Patreon as well, so you can learn how to play like Hero, Dark, Yumiho, even get some Maru replays. Maru does play from time to time. Again, a very Korean-centric league. This event did begin at the start of the year when it was announced that GSL cut funding, or GSL, they reduced their prize pool. I think it was by like 80%. It was 70 or 80%, like a massive cut in prize pool at the start of the year. And that is when the community came together, and that is when the initiative was started to really get behind something like a KSL. So yeah, it's really cool to see everyone come together. Really cool to see everyone band together here for the Korean scene. So much love here for our players. And again, we're going to be going on a short break. If you're interested, link is there in the chat. And when we return, we'll have the semis, and then afterwards, the grand finals. See you soon. And again, for those wondering who may be tuning in for the first time and aren't too familiar with these players, Shelby, he is a pretty good Peruvian player. He's a streamer as well. He's streaming his POV.
Dios mío, Dios mío, Dios mío. Men, ¿quién me quiere pushar con 4 Belin, 3 mutas? ¡Corre, Forest! No lo dejen ir. ¡Ah! ¡No! ¡Oh! ¡Te pasaste de ver!
But he also looks after the convenience store when his parents aren't around. So he's currently competing, playing, and also looking after the store, and he needs to pause whenever there's a customer.
What I want to know is how far does he have to go? You know, like, is it like downstairs,
so,
right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, I think it's a flight of stairs. He has to get down the flight of
you're like a customer. You're like in the, waiting. You know, ding, and then you're. He's like, like straight up running down.
every now and then, it's like you hear him fall.
Waiting for him to like trip and fall. But I agree. He needs to like set up a camera like at the counter.
Yep.
You know? Yep. Yeah, just like. And then he runs back. Does he like wait for the customer to leave, or is like after he does the money exchange, he just books it up?
For those wondering, I did wake up like 20 minutes before the broadcast, and then took 10 minutes to set up the stream, and then just went and I quickly grabbed some water to wake up.
Do I need to like Uber Eats you some breakfast?
Oh, No, because then I would have to leave the cast and get the food.
Your door's not that far, right? Like, listen,
Yaku?
if Shelby can go attend his goddamn store while he plays the tournament, you can probably go pick up some food at your front door, you know, while you're casting. It's totally fine, dude.
Oh god, fucking Shelby, man. I love him so much. I wish he was here. She was here. Die as well. Ooh, can you finish? Can you finish?
What's your shot?
Oh,
Oh, that's so BM.
it's 99% done.
That's so mean.
Ah, that's
That's not good. No, just leave it. Go in.
It's so
Nina,
close.
just go in. Just leave it alone.
No, she wants
guys-
that. The SCV's coming. It's coming.
No, the guy's already down. You can't get on the floor.
Ah, the SCV's he's gonna finish it. He's gonna finish. He did it.
Oh my.
Oh my god.
Is he alright?
Oh my god. It's alive. He saved it.
Okay, question. Did he spend more minerals sending SCVs down to fix it and repair, or could he have saved money if he just canceled and remade?
Yes. Nah, he would have saved money if he just canceled and remade.
Should we go in Spanish this one?
Do it. Do it.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
All right, I don't know if I can do this. All right, let's try. Aquí en esta esquina de la mapa es un Terran player. Es rojo, es rojo. Y a la izquierda.
Ooh.
I don't know my directions perfectly, but I believe it's izquierda.
Yeah.
A la izquierda, este jugador es verde y es un Terran y es el final map. Si puede ganar, yo creo. Es Boga.
¿Y juntos qué son?
Y juntos son los antimancos. I did it.
That was better than what I could have done.
It was better than what I expected.
En el en el derecho. Izquierda, derecho. Aquí en la mapa, en la esquina tenemos el azul Terran, tenemos Marea y su what's teammate? Su compadre, su amigo, su enamorada, no sé qué es, pero aquí tenemos el Protoss, es azul, es Derki y juntos son el equipo, los lamas.
Los llamas. How do you say llama in Spanish?
Llama, yeah, maybe.
Right? Just llama?
Yeah.
I don't know either. I completely skipped trying to go for north or south. That was gonna be an impossible one for me.
And coming alive from the Plaga de Cuto Beach on the Isles of Pine, from the Lagoy part of Bintan Island, from Karagandi in Kazakhstan. We are here with the 29th edition of ESL Pro Tour Open Cup Asia Division. I am your host Yaku of the Zaku, and with me today I have La Pastora, que es allergica a la pasta. El jugador del bolos con todos los cajolers. Wait. I have El Narrado que saca todos los caimanes himself, Light_VIP. How are you doing, Light?
What's up, Yaku? We're back. Good. The entire time I was like, why can't I add you? Like, I'm looking for you in the list, and this fucking guy.
Well, here we are in our. Oh my god, it's not a ZVZ.
Oh god.
Dios mío, gracias. We have our red Zerg player from DHZ.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed those duct tapes from times gone by, as we are ready to dive in to the semifinals or semifinales here. We mentioned it earlier, but we have been following these two players tonight. We saw Estrella pop off and take down Bjorn in the quarterfinals. Likewise, Hero also took down Gumiho as well. And now these two Protoss Titans are going to be clashing in the semifinals in a PvP. Oh, let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Of course, as we dig our teeth into this semifinals, we will then have the lower semifinals as well. After this series, we'll be getting into Dark versus Oliveira. So that there are Zerg players. There are Zerg players here in this event. We'll be getting into them afterwards. For now, we're getting into game number 1. Let's go. Let us go. You're all animals. You're all animals, Papi. Live? Not live? True, not live, Papi. Am I alive? Am I really in bed right now? Spawning in the top right hand corner of Solaris, we have the South Korean Protoss. South Korean Protoss player representing CranKy Z Gaming. He just took down Gumiho with some stylish play with a proxy Stargate into Void Rays into Tempest. It is Hero. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Maturino Esports, popping off likewise against Bjorn earlier today. It is Estrella. Here we go. The PvPs are upon us, and I'm ready for the nonsense. And already we have a very intriguing opener. Hero is going for your stock standard double gate open. It's going to be double gate into tech of choice or even an expansion. Meanwhile, Estrella is going for a 2-gate opener as well. This is true, but Estrella is opting not to go for the wall at the ramp. He's throwing down his buildings here next to his main base. So technically this is more efficient. Technically, Estrella has slightly better economy because the distance that these probes have to travel to throw down these buildings, the pylon and the gateways, before going back to mining is very short. Very short here as they go straight back to mining. So technically, a slightly more efficient build here from Estrella, but also more vulnerable because he doesn't have the wall on top of the ramp. As we can see, Hero with this setup, if we did have a double adept opener, you can just wall off quite easily and protect your bases. This does mean that Estrella is more vulnerable to something like an adept open. And we'll see if Hero takes the bait. We'll see if he does go for it. For now, gateways are finishing up. Cyber cores are on the way, of course, as well. And we're just waiting for our first 2 units. And we should be seeing Stalkers out of Estrella. We should be seeing something quite different out of Hero. There it is. Double Stalker from Estrella. Hero going for Stalker Sentry. Interesting choice here. So Hero, he isn't being aggressive. He doesn't want to take advantage of this position. He doesn't want to try to be overly aggressive. A very safe, very defensive opener here from Hero. Interesting. Especially considering the kind of player that Hero is, this is not what I was expecting. So respecting his opponent quite a bit here. With a Sentry opener, you do have a little bit less firepower here in the early game, but you have secure scouting. It means that you can get across the map, and you can get a read on what exactly Estrella is up to. And really this shows us that Hero is aware of how intense and how crazy Estrella could be. Estrella could be a very wild and a very unpredictable player. So going for Sentry does make a lot of sense against him. As Hero's going for his expansion, so is Estrella. Hallucination is moving out across the map. And the Stalkers will clash as Estrella is forced back here from the natural. Hallucination comes in, and oh, Hero even setting up a proxy pylon. Hello there. Hallucination gets eyes on the expansion. We are aware of the timing of that natural base. We get into the main, and that was a click on that Twilight Council. If you saw the movement there, Hero basically just did a double take, and he is now aware of the blink opener of his opponent. Also aware of the lack of additional gateways. Back at home, Hero also going for his own Twilight Council. Now, Hero also is fully aware that his opponent has a faster Twilight Council than he does, so Hero also knows that there's going to be a window, there's going to be a timing where Estrella has blink and Hero doesn't. What does Hero have, or what he does have, is a proxy. Proxy gateway here, so we are up in gateways. We have 3 gates in total. We can be a little bit more aggressive. Here come those depths that we were talking about earlier. Because there is a bit of a lack of SimCity, we can come in with the depths. We don't get into the main, but we do threaten the natural. Estrella moving out ahead of time. He fans out his Stalkers just to get a little bit of a heads up to those adepts if they do come back in. Hallucination Scout reconfirming that blink is on the way, making sure that there's no DTs. making sure that there is no Dark Shrine. And likewise, the Stargate. The Twilight Council has also been scouted. Speaking of Dark Shrine. Oh no! Speaking of Dark Shrine, we have one on the way and it is spotted. It is scouted by Estrella. He's aware of what's going on. He throws down a robo immediately for some observers. Unfortunate proxy location here for Hero. He is scouted and Estrella is preparing back at home. There we go. We do force a cancel. Dark Shrine will not finish, and Hero has to divert his attention elsewhere instead. Hello. I think that was a bit of a misclick. For those wondering, if you hallucinate a probe, because you do choose what unit comes out, 4 probes do come out, and they are amazing if you want to fan out and look for proxies in the early game of PvP. I'm pretty sure that was meant to be a hallucination, though. I'm pretty sure that was meant to be like an Oracle or a Phoenix. As probes are going to be sent out. Meanwhile, Estrella going for his own Dark Shrine. And this is a little bit concerning because, there we go, we do actually hallucinate a couple of Stalkers instead. No hallucinated Scouts, which means we don't actually see this Dark Shrine. Hero, he's going for a third base. Forge is on the way for +1. And Hero is pushing in. Now Hero, he is up in Stalkers. He could potentially take a fight. Blink is done for both players. Adept is going to be threatening a shade. We do dive in. There's a shield battery. There is an overcharge, but we do one-shot workers. Sorry, one-shot Stalkers. Barely two-shot. As Hero is forced back. The Dark Shrine is done. Pylon is ready. Show us the DTs. But now the Adepts, they get 3 worker kills, not too bad. Dark Templar on the way. Do we have detection? We do not! There is no Robo. There is no Stargate. There is a Forge for cannons. But if these DTs, now we have a Robo on the way, but these DTs, they can end the game! Oh no. They could straight up end the game. We have to make a choice. Estrella, he goes for the economy. He could have gone for the Robo. He was thinking about it. But he goes straight for the mineral line instead. Slips into the main, slips into the natural base. Probes are going to be going down. Oh, this is devastating. Now, not 2-minute workers have fallen, but that is a lot of lost mining time. At the same time, yo, we could go for the Robo. Uh-oh. We're going for the Robo immediately. No detection, by the way. No detection available here. We have the main army pushing forward as well. The Overcharge is going to try to keep whatever we can alive, but that is going to be a kill. GG gets called, and just like that, there is 0 detection, and Estrella will take game number 1. GG. All it takes is sometimes an invisible man. GG, well played. This is sometimes how PvPs can go. At times, you do delay your Robo, and if you delay your Robo by too much, if your opponent happens to be going for DTs, there is 0 detection, and the game does end. So just like that, Hero takes a lead, and takes game 1 against... Sorry, Estrella takes a lead and takes game 1 against Hero. GG. Not a bad start. Not a bad start here for Estrella. I'm sure Hero is going to be a little bit more active when it comes to scouting. This is where, if you remember, it was a really big moment, a crucial moment when we saw the hallucinated probes, when we saw the probes come in, because I'm pretty sure that was meant to be a Phoenix. I'm pretty sure that was meant to be a Phoenix Scout. Without the Phoenix Scout, we didn't see the main, we didn't see the Dark Shrine. We were not ready for it. GG gets called. And just like that, that's game 1 in the books. Yeah, exactly. Like, when it comes to lack of scouting, like, I'm pretty sure that hallucinated probe was a mistake. I'm pretty sure that was supposed to be a Phoenix, and if we had had a Phoenix there, we get into the main and we see the Dark Shrine. But alas, we did miss that, and here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkyone, we have the South Korean Protoss representing Dragon Kaizi Gaming. It is Hero. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the American Protoss representing Matcherito Esports. It is Estrella. I love the grasshoppers on this map with ambient sounds turned on. Oh, I didn't notice. I didn't notice the grasshoppers on Solaris. I'll keep my eye out for it. I'll keep my eye out for it. I'll try and be vigilant for the grasshoppers. I see smile. It was the map. I thought I was hearing things, Papi. Oh. Let's go. As we're getting into our openers, once again, Estrella is going for that gateway setup here in his main. We mentioned before, this is slightly more economic for Estrella. It means that the travel distance between throwing down production and going back to mining is that much shorter. Meanwhile, Hero, he does work through these middle patches. He's going straight for a proxy Stargate. Not the first time we've seen this today. We saw this in the previous PvP between Nice and Estrella. It is very common to go for proxy Stargates here in this location on this map. Oh my god, as this is a gate expand. Hero. Crazy. He goes for a gate expand. He doesn't go for a 2-gate opener. And with this economic opener, once the Cybercore is done, he is still lined up to go for the proxy Stargate. Okay. A very different build here, a very greedy build out of Hero. This does mean that he will be lacking a ground army. He's going to have very little on the ground to actually support himself, to actually defend against a counterattack. Estrella likewise going for his own proxy Stargate location. I'm assuming Stargate, but we'll see what he throws down. Of course, a double Stalker opener here from Estrella. Should be pushing out to begin with. Should be vying for map control. There it is, the Stargate is on the way for Hero. Likewise, the pylon is done, and a Stargate should be on the way for Estrella as well. As should. As Stalkers are moving out, getting across the map. Now, because of the opener of Estrella, because he went for a 2-gate opener, he will have a larger ground army than Hero, and he could try and flex that. He could try and punish and cripple it. He goes for a ninja. Oh my god! He's crazy. He's going for a ninja base. Okay, so instead of going for the rich gold or the rich mineral patches, he's going for the rich gas geyser instead. I have not seen this in a PvP before. And I'm a little bit concerned. There's a lot going on here. Okay, so a bold move from Estrella going for the gases, which makes sense. You know, in a PvP, gas is paramount. We do have the proxy Stargate upon us. We do have the Oracle making its way towards the main, but we do have 2 Stalkers in position alongside the Sentry. I'm ready for the Clan Fiesta, man. Oh, the Stalkers, they are moving out of position, though, as Estrella moves out. So the Oracle is moving in. Unfortunate, as Estrella leaves his base is vulnerable. There is no shield battery, and probes are going down. GG gets caught just like that. Oh. An unfortunate move out, and Hero will take game number 2. I feel robbed, Papi. GG. Oh my god, I wanted the Fiesta. I wanted things to pop off. Not like this, and just like that, we're getting to the ace match. GG, well played. Hero, he was in position, Papi. He was ready for it. Until he wasn't. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. So, we're getting quite a back and forth. That's PvP in a nutshell. You know, sometimes a man with gun ends the game. Sometimes an Oracle ends the game as well. You know, it happens. It happens. I appreciate what Estrella was attempting to do. And I hope that we get to see that again. Like, I hope that, not in this series, but, you know, in the future, the next time we see Estrella on Alcyone, I wanna see that ninja base pop off. I wanna see some magic happen next time. As we are denied that. Not like this. And game 3 is gonna be taking place on Hecate. See in chat, is this the finals? Semi-finals. Semi-finales. Best of 3. And here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate. We have the South Green Protoss player representing CranKy Z Gaming. Tying up the series 1-1 in that last game, it is Hero. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the American Protoss player representing Maturino Esports. It is Estrella. Estrella actually getting across the map very quickly with his first probe. I was curious as to what this would be. Honestly, a part of me was like looking up for a forge. I'm like, mate, with this early probe, are we like setting up a cannon rush? No. We're setting up a proxy in the natural base of Hero. Let's go. Gateways are upon us. 2 gateways at that, and we'll see if this goes unscattered. Hero is going for a probe scatter across the map, and he should recognize that something is wrong, something is missing, everything is missing, as there is no gateway back at home. And Hero sees, Hero knows. Back at home, he's going for a 2-gate opener himself, getting into 2 gases. Hero confirms the lack of gateway, of course. And there are a couple of things that this could be. There is a half-rich base here as well on Hecate. We could threaten, but here we go. Estrella does throw a pylon, does throw down a pylon here on the high ground. Zealot is on the way, 2nd pylon as well. Hero taking this very seriously. He checks and doesn't quite see the proxy, not yet. Zealots are on the way. Again, only one gas has been taken, and I believe that's going to be for Warp Gate. Only a single gas. Additional pylons on the way. Estrella, I think he wanted to try and throw down a shield battery. But this probe is going to go down. No shield batteries available here for Estrella. Zealots are on the way. Stalkers behind. No, sorry. Zealots still behind this. Hero going for Stalkers. And here, Estrella, it feels like he's already running out of steam. Like he's working through this pylon, that is true, but the Stalkers are about to come out. Yeah, they are on the way. Shield batteries are finishing up as well. One of these Zealots is going to go down. Here comes the 2nd Stalker. Warp Gate still a ways away. Boys are being pulled, and we may get some economic damage. 1 probe goes down. But only 1 probe. And from here, Estrella, he's now getting into Stalker production. He's taking the 2nd gas. But Hero has held, and he's going to be checking, and this is dangerous. Oh, he gets the first shot. Stalker taking a lot of hits. And it will not escape. We take control of the production. This proxy 2 gate is going to be completely shut down. And we need gateways back at home. Estrella is in a very vulnerable position. We depower the gateways. Immediately, Hero moves out. He's going across the map. He knows that his opponent is vulnerable. We have another proxy being set up. Estrella going for a proxy Stargate and a robo back at home. Estrella may just die. These Stalkers, when they get across the map, what is there to defend? Nothing. There's 1 Zealot. And it's going to take a while to make an Immortal. No gateways here for Estrella. Nothing to reinforce. The Stalkers have arrived, and this is going to be a tough hold for the American Protoss. We do fully wall off. There is an Oracle on the way. Meanwhile, the Stalkers, they bust into the main base. We have to cancel the gateway to make it Immortal as well. Shield battery's going to go down. We get a surround. Do get a surround. We almost take down a Stalker, but 2 more have it come to take its place. We're snowballing out of control. We do have an Immortal on the way. Can we make it? Can we get it? 1 Immortal on its own against 5 Stalkers. The pylon has completed. We're warping in the face of Estrella. Adepts are on the way. Boys are being pulled. We are cornering the army. Estrella will clean this up. But the Adepts, they don't care about your Immortal. They're going to camp the mineral line. 14 probes go down. At the same time, the Oracle is on the way. But we've spoken about this before. Immortals, it takes them so long to kill Adepts. And the Adepts, they can just ignore it. And they can just go straight for the mineral line. Oracle's on the way. We don't have anything at home to defend, so probes are going to go down. The force field! There is no escape. The Immortal will die here to the Adepts. Not like this. GG gets called, and Hero will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Estrella, crazy, going for a proxy 2-gate in the natural base of Hero. Unfortunately, he was completely shut down. He wasn't able to get his shield battery up and running across the map, which meant that he didn't have any sustain. He just bled out a little bit too much. Once he lost his proxy location, then he had nothing to defend. He had no production back at home, trying to get into that Immortal. He did make the Immortal in the end, but we saw that Hero was just so on top of his aggression, going for the proxy pylon, going for Adepts, shutting down Estrella at every turn, and GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Hero. But a shout out to Estrella, because Estrella, hey, he forced Hero to go to the ace match. You know, he was able to take a game and force a game 3. Not something that any Protoss player can say that they've done, so congratulations. And with that, that does, of course, bring the end of this series. We're going to be getting ready for our next game, for our next semifinals. I always root for Estrella. He's such a nice guy. He is a nice guy. He's very wholesome. Very wholesome. Very nice guy. He's also, like, when it comes to his playstyle as well, he's so willing to just try different things. I mean, we saw that this series, right? We saw him go proxy 2-gate. We saw him go for a ninja base on Alcyone. We saw him go for DTs in game 1 on Solaris. So, like, Estrella, he's very adventurous with his playstyle, and it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun to watch. Very easy to get behind. But GG, well played. Congratulations to Hero. Best of luck to Estrella in his next series, the next time we do see him, as we do have a very different matchup. We've been focusing a lot on the Protosses, on Hero, on Estrella, on Bjorn, on Gumiho. But now we have our second semifinals, and it is going to be a ZVT between Dark and Oliveira. I'm ready for it, Papi. I am ready for it. Give me some Zergs, Papi. Casting Protoss all day. Even earlier today in ESL Open Cup Americas as well. It was a TVT finals and TVP semis as well in ESL Open Cup Americas. So I'm happy to just get a bit of diversity today and get my daily dose of Dark. Don't have too much though. Don't OD. Don't OD on. It's not healthy. It's not. It's not healthy to have too much Dark in one day. But for now, it's good. I miss it, Papi. I miss it. Especially considering that we didn't get to see Dark over the weekend. We didn't see Dark in ESL Open Cup Asia or in ESL Open Cup Americas either, which was very odd. Very odd to see that Dark wasn't a part of those events. So I hope everything is okay. I hope everything is good as we're getting into our next series. Here we go. We are getting into our next game, into our next semifinals. The winner of this series will be facing off against Hero in the grand finals. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the South Korean Zerg player representing CranKy Gaming. It is Dark. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Chinese Terran, the reigning world champion, also representing CranKy Gaming. It is Oliveira. Here we go. Protoss OP, a Protoss 1, but PvP is unwinnable. True. Very true. As we are getting into our openers, and I'm really curious to see how greedy Dark is going to be. We've spoken about this before, specifically regarding Golden Aura. You can go for some more greedy openers here, going for a hatch pool into a third base. I'm curious if Dark is going to be skipping his gases as he has been doing quite frequently. As there it is, there's a spawning pool and no gases. So to put things into context, this is a build that you can, I'm becoming a broken record, but this is a build that you can pull off on Golden Aura, specifically because of how close together these bases are, because of how congested this area is. Dark is taking it one step further. I assume that, okay, there we go. I was like, is he going to the gold base? He's scouting, he's checking for a proxy. Now, because he's going because he's going for a gaseous opener, this does delay, or he's actually sending his overlord across the map, not checking for proxy, so he's just making sure he's safe, going for that third. So again, on this map, because there are two very narrow choke points here, you can defend with queens and with slowlings. You do not need to rush into ling speed. It is not something that you need to prioritize. You can be hyper greedy here on Golden Aura, very similar to Radicet Station, very similar to Neo Humanity. Meanwhile, behind this, Oliveira just going for a Racked Expand, standard opener here from our Terran player, Racked Expand into that factory, and the first Reaper is moving across the map. Has hit the field. You do have a couple of slowlings here to defend. You still have to make these links. You cannot skip them. But these should be the only links you need to make here for the next, until we get up to 3-base saturation. Up. One drone does not go down, as Dark is able to zone away that Reaper, force it back, and Oliveira is going for a 3cc before starport. Very economic build here out of Oliveira. Likewise, I believe he did see the timing of the third base. He is now aware of the gaseous opener. He saw how fast the hatchery was, so he knows, of course, that gas has been skipped. Now, gaseous openers like this usually lead into roach play, which again, it is going within line of how Dark plays. Dark, he is a roach boy. His favorite unit is the roach, of course, and he should be going into roaches here once he gets up to 3-base saturation. For now, he only has to make queens. Queens and drones. Queens and drones here for Dark. As one of those workers is under threat once again, and it is going to be saved. It doesn't even have to morph in a spore. Back at home, Oliveira, it is going to be 3cc before starport. There should be a Banshee. We should be seeing an add-on swap here between the racks and the starport. But we'll see if we, there we go, if we commit to it or if we don't. There's that add-on swap for the would-be Banshees. And especially against, oh, never mind. Okay, so it is not going to be 3cc Banshee. It's going to be 3cc into Raven instead. I don't know how I feel about this. On the one hand, Oliveira, he's a Twitch chat enjoyer. Twitch chat, they say, why are you scanning? Just make a Raven to clear creep. True, Papi, true. The downside here, the reason why 3cc Banshee is so common, and it is it's such a good way to open up and such a safe way to open up. If your opponent is playing roaches, Banshees are ideal. Your Banshees, they can shut down roach bushes ahead of time. They can chip away at them. They can force a commitment or force them to back off. And yeah, they're just a really secure way to open up here in this matchup. Especially against Dark, who is one to make roaches. To go into Ravens, this does mean that Oliveira is more vulnerable. It does mean that suddenly he's a lot more vulnerable to a roach attack. So I am a little bit concerned. Speaking of, Roach Warren is done. Gases are being taken. All the gases as well. We're going straight into a lair, straight into Roach speed. 1-1. We are skipping Link speed. Link speed is not necessary. Queens are getting in position. And these Hellions, they cannot get into a mineral line. Not like this. We do clear up some creep, that is true, but we have plenty of tumors being thrown down. Plenty of energy to work with, and Dark is now taking his fourth. He is fully saturated on 3 bases. He's up to 67 workers, which is 3-base saturation. And now he can focus on roach production. One of the queens is looking exposed, and we are going to be out positioning said queens. We do not go for the mineral line. Roaches, they come out just in time, and Oliveira is going to be forced back. Now, thankfully for Oliveira, Dark is not hitting a 1-1 timing. He is going for 1-1, but that is +1 melee, not +1 range, which means Dark isn't going for a roach push. He has roaches, yes, but they're to defend. They are to keep up with the Hellions, and Dark is going to be transitioning into Ling Bane Roach Ravager off of these roaches. So roaches as an opener, but Ling Bane here in the mid game. Meanwhile, across the map, Oliveira is now establishing his third. It's slowly getting up and running back at home. Maxes are being taken, 1-1 is on the way, and we are just establishing ourselves and getting to the mid game. Now, because Dark was so greedy, he can afford to get away with a little bit extra. And that little bit extra, as an overload is going down, and the Marines are spotted, is a fast hive. When he was getting his 1-1, when he was getting his Bailey Nest, he threw down a very fast infestation pit. Hive is already on the way, And with this Dark, he is rushing into... Well, he has access to Infestors in case there was a big push. He now has access to Vipers and Adrenal already. Very fast tech here out of Dark, and he can afford this because of how greedy he was early on. And Oliveira can't really punish him. Oliveira is working on a big push, like he's building up his tank count, he's working on 1-1, but he throws down a 4cc, he is not 8-raxing, Oliveira is looking to go to the mid game, or to the late game. He's looking towards the late game, he's going to be harassing though, as Hellions on the left hand side, he has a drop on the right, attempting to pull apart Dark. But so far Dark, he is unwavering, unflinching, he's in position, and he does come across the drop. Oh. Now we go into the main where we have Lings waiting as well. Dark, he's at every witch turn, every base here on every front line, and Oliveira doesn't find a way in. That Marine is going to go down. Vipers are already on the way. We can start Adrenal Glands momentarily. Ultra Cavern thrown down as we are racing into Ultras. Again, they are, of course, supported by the melee upgrades that we've been getting. Scan reveals the Hive and reveals the Ultra Cavern. This is a sign for Oliveira to start working towards Ghosts. Or to give him a little bit of urgency to push now, before we can get into Ultras. Oh! As the drop is going to be forced back. And here we go, here comes the push again. Oliveira knows exactly what Dark has been doing. He is now aware of how greedy Dark has been. And Oliveira is looking to punish. Moving out with everything he has. How many tanks? We have 4 tanks with the main army. The Raven, anti-armor missile. So far the Biles will not be connecting. Ling Bane is not ready for this. Uh-oh. We need more time. Not enough Banelings. Anti-armor missile connects with the Roaches and Ravagers. But here come the Blinding Clouds. Good Blinding Clouds here on the tanks. The Ling reinforcements, they come in, and Oliveira is being completely overwhelmed. Dark was ready for this attack. He may not have had too many Banelings, but he had plenty of Lings, Roaches, Ravagers, and the Vipers. They came in clutch. They shut down most of the tanks, and without those tanks, Oliveira just did not have enough to keep on pushing. He's forced back home, and Dark is already at 200 supply. Again, just because of how many corners he cut earlier. He's on 5 bases, he's on 80 workers, or 77 drones, close enough. Kindness Plating is on the way, Adrenal is done. And we're going for a massive counterattack. And the tanks are out of position. They're at the 4th, they're not at the 3rd. There is a full wall though, so we don't quite bust in. We have Banelings on the way, Dark going to be rotating around. And he needs to trade, he needs to get rid of these Roaches and replace them with Ultras. Meanwhile, do we have tanks? That's what tanks we do. I was going to say, do we have Ghosts? The answer is no, no Ghosts yet. The Banelings need to bust in. Up. Get into the middle line. 6 workers go down. Dark going to be rotating over towards the 4th base. Tanks are in position. Do we have a Ghost Academy? We still do not have an Academy. To be fair, we don't need one right now. We still need to deal with this Ling Bane Roach Ravager army. Oliveira, he unsieges! No! He doesn't see the army, he doesn't know where it is! Oliveira, he's on the wrong side of the wall, the bases are exposed! Blinding Clouds are thrown down, and the Planetary is gonna fall. A very awkward fight, very awkward, but basically, Oliveira not in position to protect his base. Planetary falls, 15 SCVs as well, and Dark, he can race back home. He's making Lings, Banelings, and Ultras. For Oliveira, he is free to go for a big counterattack. Dark out in the open. We need to push it. Oliveira at this point, he's all in. He lost his 4th, he lost workers, he isn't replacing them. It's all or nothing for Oliveira. And here we go, he's coming in from behind. Lings, Banelings, Ultras as well. We do collapse on half of this army, but we can still keep going. That's a lot of Marines. What happened to the Vipers? The Vipers are dead. The Vipers are not here. And yeah, we have to give up this space. We cannot hold. Dark has to rotate over and give up this hatchery. And Oliveira, he is gaining ground. At the same time, Dark catching some reinforcements. does catch a lot of units, but he's also trickling on in. I'm not too sure about this. Yeah, an overextension out of Dark is being forced all the way back. He's getting a lot done across the map, but he has to be patient. He does have to be patient. We have 2 more ultras in production. The natural base, the third base is compromised. Oliveira has nothing left back at home. And now we're pushing in. Darky pulls the trigger. He collapses on the army, and it looks like he should have enough. Tanks go down. A Liberator still survives, but there's nothing else left. GG gets called, and Dark will take game number 1. That was a that was a scary moment. That was a moment when, of course, Dark had spent most of his Ling main to break the planetary. He also lost his Vipers in the attack as well, and he was vulnerable to a counterattack. We are, of course, on Golden Aura, so very short rush distance by ground. Dark was looking quite vulnerable, but alas, Oliveira was not able to punish him, was not able to break through, and Dark does take the first game. GG. GG. Now we're getting ready for game number 2. Story time. I'm catching up. Oh my god. Every time I tune in, it's ZVX. Oh, if only, Bobby, if only. That's not the narrative that's been progressing through these past couple of weeks. But if you haven't been watching the Open Cups, then I can understand. I can understand. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkyone, we have the South Korean Zerg player representing CranKy Z Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Chinese Terran, the reigning world champion representing CranKy Z Gaming. It is Oliveira. Oh, there are some people in the chat that don't know Smile. Smurge. Smile, for those who don't know, much love to Smile, aka Fuego. He's an ex-pro gamer. Oh, we have a pull first. Smile's an ex-pro gamer. Did, of course, live his life. Was a pro gamer for a long time, especially back in the day, back in Heart of the Swarm. I feel like was probably the heyday of Smile. Nowadays, you know, he's been contaminated by the Uwu, by the Honkai Star anime girls. He's feels bad, man. We've lost Smile to the anime. Not like this. But it's okay though. It's okay. We still love Smile nonetheless. We love him. So yeah, that was my insanity. That was my insanity back in the day. Yeah. Let's go. As we are getting into our openers, and so far it is going to be a pull first here from Dark. It is going to lead into these faster lings. We have 6 lings on the way, going to be zooming across the map. And of course, across the map we have Oliveira going for a standard Rax Expand opener. So we'll see if Dark can avoid the initial scout, if he can avoid this SCV, and get a delay on the expansion. That's going to be the goal here from Dark. Here we go. The SCV does confirm the late expansion. Oliveira does see that the hatchery, of course, is delayed, is aware of the pull first, and is racing back home. Speaking of, the Reaper is moving out across the map. Okay, Oliveira, he is unfaltering here. Reaper is moving out, which means this CC is going to be delayed. Reaper comes in looking for a drone. Up! Does get one. Pretty big pickoff. Drone does go down at the same time. Boys are being pulled. We do delay the expansion. That's a lot of boys. That's a lot of SCVs. A big reaction there from Oliveira, ensuring that he does not lose this expansion. He doesn't lose his SCVs. A lot of lost mining time, though. As Oliveira does dip into the main base. Gonna be threatening that main. Forcing back those lings. And the game will settle from here. After all said and done, we did force a lot of lost mine time, so this was maybe worth it for Dark. It's hard to say because it didn't delay the space for too long, to be honest. Did force arguably an overreaction out of Oliveira, and now the game is going to be settling. This time, link speed is on the way, we're not skipping it. It is unsafe to go for a gasless opener here on Alcyone, unlike on Golden Aura, and we are going into a very fast Evo chamber. Interesting. Very curious here from Dark. Oliveira, meanwhile, is going for a 1-1-1, a delayed third CC. A very aggressive build here from Oliveira. Reaper diving further into the main, getting a scout off. And did we see the Evo chamber? We did! Oliveira, he did spot that Evo chamber. I believe that should be for a fast +1 carapace, but I'm curious if we go into melee instead. There it is. Melee is on the way. This is going to be a Ling Flood out of Dark. No reason to rush into +1 melee unless it is just flood Lings across the map. A bold move here. Meanwhile, with this 1-1-1, we're getting into a fast medevac. We are going for a drop across the map. Boy, we'll see if Oliveira can meet aggression with aggression. I'm pretty sure Oliveira is going to hit first. Obviously, +1 melee is still a ways away, so Oliveira is going to be the first to hit the field. There we go, moving out with the Marines, as well as that Cyclone. Third CC is on the way. Not all in from Oliveira, just very committed, very delayed third base. And so far, the drop has not been scouted. But the Lings are in position, and yeah, we're going to be forcing them to be dropped off. Stark has control of the watchtower. Meanwhile, Oliveira, he's going for a Hellbat follow-up. Okay, that is an armory. So we start off with a Marine Cyclone push, followed by Hellbats as well. That's a lot of Hellions. Soon to be a lot of Hellbats. Let's go. The push is upon us, and Dark is very vulnerable. How many queens? 5 queens. Oof, that is not a lot. About to be 6 queens, no Baneling Nest, no Roach Warren. Queen Ling to defend with minimal queens because of the build. Usually Dark, he would have up to 8 queens by now, but he's been skipping queens in favor of Mass Ling, and that is going to be completely shut down by the Hellbats. Just a really smart build here from Oliveira to punish what Dark is doing. We're pushing on in. Yeah, we do have queens in position. They try to focus down those medevacs. Spine Crawler will not finish. As we push towards those queens, the first Hellbat does go down. We are transfusing, but we have limited transfuses available. 3 queens being made at a time. The Lings, they come back to defend, but they get annihilated. They cannot engage. And now we're chasing down the queens, one after the other. No energy to transfuse, not anymore. The medevacs, they barely do survive. Down go all the Lings and the queens as well. We do trade with the medevacs, but this is a hefty loss here for Dark. Losing every single queen. Liberator arrives. We barely have queens to begin with. We can't keep on pushing. The Cyclone will fall. It looks like Oliveira, he is running out of steam. But a couple of things to bear in mind is that, oh my god, he's not done. Getting 2 more workers. Bearing in mind that Dark is very far behind in workers. The reason why? Because he's been making Lings, because it was Ling flooding. Dark intentionally did cut workers to make a mass amount of Lings, and he has been trading poorly against the Hellbats. 76 Lings for 8 Hellbats. Crazy. And this means that we have nothing left. It means that this +1 timing that Dark wanted to hit is no longer going to be there. Okay, that's 83 Lings for 11 Hellbats. Back at home, Oliveira, he's on 3 bases. He has a full wall. He's safe and secure. And Dark has to try to pivot away from this. Lair is now on the way. A 7-minute 30 Lair timing. An insanely late Lair. Without Lair, no bailing speed, no 2-2. Just very delayed tech here from Dark. He's got a lot of catching up to do. Meanwhile, Oliveira, he's chilling. We're up to 5 Raxes. 3 more on the way. 8 Raxes in total, by the way. We know what that means. Aye. So I do like this a lot from Oliveira. I think Oliveira, he knows that he's ahead. He knows that he has momentum going his way. Once he gets his third base up and running, we are just going to be sending it across the map. We'll see if he does decide to take his gases, but this looks like he's going to be going for a 3 base all-in as a follow-up. Again, these 3 Raxes instead of a 4cc. Oh, never mind. There's the 4cc on the way after the 8 Raxes, to be fair, but again, this shows us that Oliveira is not all in. He is thinking about that next step. So working further into this game. Mind Jump going to be coming in from behind. Dark trying to go Ling Bane Hydras even. So comes in. Rob does come back in. Likewise, Liberators killing Overlords. Not something you see every day, but that is 3 Overlords going down. Not insignificant to those Libs. Mind Drop doesn't get too much done. At least 1 Overlord does survive. Again, behind this, Oliveira, he's just building up his forces, getting into 2-2. We have a moment to breathe and a moment for everyone to recover and catch their breath. But again, it still feels like Dark still has quite a ways to go. 2-2 is on the way. Hydra upgrades. He is down in army supply. The Mind Shot's up! Ooh, are gonna go off. Massive connections there on the Lings. And a hot pickup from Oliveira. Does keep most Marines alive. As he does back off, there's a 4th base on the way. Here we go. The army is moving out. So far, completely unscattered by Dark. He doesn't see, he doesn't know, doesn't have control of the Xel'Naga. Oliveira just trying to be as annoying as possible. And here comes that army, is spotted by an Overlord. Dark out of position. How many Banelings do we have? We have 11 Banelings. But that is an insane minefield that we have to push into. Trying to force some friendly fire. Oof. Massive connections. Banelings are rolling in. But the splits are too good. Banelings are going down. Hydras are looking exposed. We have more Banelings. We do have a couple more Banelings. And it looks like it is enough to force Oliveira back. But again, Darky's barely holding on. We need more Ling Bane. We need time to recover, as Dark has been able to resaturate and get up to 73 workers. We have a drop heading towards the main, or even towards the 5th. Dark trying to keep up here with the multi-pronged aggression of Oliveira. Up. Once again, Mind Shot's going to be going off. A bit of friendly fire there this time. At the same time, though, we have the Marine army pushing on the left-hand side. No Banelings! We do force back the army, but that was not the best trade from Dark. And you can see him dropping in supply. The Hydras are exposed! No! On their own, Hydras, they are so fragile, so vulnerable. And 1 does escape. Hydras are falling. And Oliveira, he's just not slowing down with his parade across the map. Snowballing out of control after punishing the +1 melee build of Dark. It's being a little bit too fancy, a little bit too crazy, and yeah, the Hellbat push did get out of control. We mentioned it at the time, but the Hellbats, they may not have killed the economy, they may not have killed too many workers, but Dark didn't have many workers to begin with. Because of his Link Blood, we stand and deliver. We just focus down all the Banelings. The Hydras are going down as well. We do force some friendly fire, but GG gets called, and Oliveira will tab the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. Dark having a little bit too much fun this game, going for a fast Evo chamber, going for a +1 melee link flood, and again was completely shut down and taken advantage of by the Hellbat push. Again, I do think it was just really smart play out of Oliveira. Remember, he scouted the Evo chamber. He saw it ahead of time, and rushing into an Evo chamber that early on, it should mean nothing but +1 melee. If it was Miyamika, I would say +1 carapace, but that's because Miyamika has a very unique style of rushing into fast +2 carapace. It's crazy what Miyamika does. But likewise, even Miyamika would be punished by a Hellbat push as well. So yeah, just very smart play out of Oliveira, recognizing what Dark was doing and punishing him with that follow-up. Of course, getting an advantage and never quite letting go of it. GG, well played. And with that, we are tied up. We're going to game 3. We are going all the way to that third game, and it's going to be on, Equilibrium. Interesting. This is typically a vetoed map. I'm shocked to see this here in a ZVT. Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Equilibrium, we have the South Korean Zerg player representing CranKy Z Gaming. Tying up the series, dropping a game there, being forced into the ace match. It is Dark. And spawning in the top left, tying up the series 1-1, is what I meant to say for this player here for the blue Terran. The Chinese Terran, the reigning world champion, also representing CranKy Z Gaming. It is Oliveira. Here we go. The Honkai is strong. It's strong, Papi. It's strong. Ads for small. Yeah. Of course, Papi. Of course. Go. Dark is having really hard times. I mean, again, it came down to the build of Dark. He was intentionally cutting workers, he was cutting tech, he was laying his lair, all to rush into +1 melee for a link flood. He was even cutting queens, if you remember. He only had 5 queens by the time the Hellbats arrived. So a lot of what occurred in game number 1 was because of the build that Dark was going for, and the scouting that Oliveira was able to get done as well. Because Oliveira was able to scout ahead of time, he saw what Dark was doing, was able to, get into a Hellbat push and take advantage of him. Again, really well done, really well orchestrated out of Oliveira. And now that we get into game number 3, I'm really curious to see how Dark takes this. So I did say something at the start of the series, or at the start of this game, sorry. I was surprised that this wasn't vetoed. This map is very much so considered to be the most favored Zerg map in the map pool. A big reason for this is the goal base. This goal base location is relatively easy to defend compared to other goal bases we've seen in map pools fast, and as a result you actually can take this a little bit faster as a 3rd or even as a natural 4th base, so you can take control of that goal base quite early on and just snowball out of control. We've seen it. As a result, we've seen this map picked quite often here against Terran and Protoss in something like WTL where vetoes are not allowed. So I'm ready for this. I'm excited to see what Oliveira has in store for us and how he approaches Dark on Equilibrium. As behind this, he's going for a 3rd CC before Starport. Very economic build here out of Oliveira. Now, what I will say, even though the Zerg player can take the goal base a lot faster, likewise, if you recognize what's happening, you can of course attempt to punish it as well. Especially with these points of elevation, there are definitely siege locations where you can try to take control of this area. So there is a bit of a give and take here. But I could be getting ahead of myself. We'll see if Dark even does try to take this base as his 4th. For now, very conservative approach. Going to be taking the linear 3rd base, spreading his creep, getting into his game, into the ZVT. Behind this, we see 3CC before Starport. We did see earlier that we had an add-on swap to go into Ravens of all things. This should be for Banshees, but we'll see if we get into Ravens again, as we did in Game 1. Oh, gonna be a Viking first. You have my attention. Viking first does often lead into something like battle cruisers, but we don't see a fusion core behind this. And we had an add-on swap to begin with as well, so yeah, very interesting build here from Oliveira. With this Viking, he's going to be shutting down this Overlord, and he's going to be keeping Dark in the dark. Yeah, there we go. And what do we expect least here? We have a medevac coming out from this Tech Lab Starport. Viking, of course, going to be shutting this down, and we're going to be getting into a fast drop. Let's go. This is looking like a Hellion drop even, as the third base is being taken. Hellions, of course, have hit the field. Vying for map control. Meanwhile, Dark just saturating his 3 bases, getting into double Evo chambers. Very, very economic opener here out of Dark. Very greedy, cutting some corners. With this double Evo chamber, he delays his lair, and he delays his Baneliness as well, in favor of upgrades. Which again makes plenty of sense, especially against an economic opener like what Oliveira is doing. We want to be cutting corners, and the Hellion drop is making its way towards the main. Oh boy. Hellion drop into the main. Hellion run by here on the right hand side as well. So far unscouted. There is a lot of potential, and Dark does not see this coming. A quick reaction out of Dark. He does have a couple of links in position. 2 workers go down. So far, only 2 workers. Hellion's taking a lot of hits. 1 Hellion does fall at the same time. Oliveira going straight for the third base. Queens, though, are ready for this. A lot of drones are going down. They're getting roasted. Oh, no! They're lining up. Oh. They are lining up. 11 workers go down. Links come out to reinforce, and it looks like these Hellions will be shut down. Not a bad start. Not a bad move here from Oliveira, but did we end up losing? Ooh. We did lose the medevac. That is a little bit brutal. It wasn't just the Hellions. Hellions, it's okay. They don't scale well into the mid game. We want to get rid of the Hellions. But losing the medevac, that is a little bit more brutal. 11 workers, not too bad. With that, Oliveira is able to take an economic lead, but we do have a massive counterattack. Not quite getting any SCVs though. So far, the defenses are strong, and Oliveira maintains his economic lead. Behind this, 4th CC is on the way. We're taking 2 additional gases, getting into a second factory, and this is a very tech-heavy style here out of Oliveira. Very different to what we saw previously on Alcyone in that previous game. So he's going to be focusing a little bit less on fire pushes, and he's going to be building up a pretty hefty tank count. This is a very turtle style from Oliveira. I'm sure he's going to be pushing once he gets like 5 tanks, but he has the option to turtle if he wants to. I hope he doesn't. I want him to be active, but we'll see. Meanwhile, the 4th base has been taken as the gold. We're double expanding behind this, getting a 5th and a 6th. And what is terrifying about this gold base is that it doesn't just have high yield minerals, but also rich Vespine gas geyser as well. So a lot of value to be had here in this hatchery. And Oliveira, can he punish it? Can he stop it from really getting up and running? 4th base is on the way. This 4 base setup from Oliveira is very secure. This 4th base is very safe just because the only way to harass here is through a bridge and through a choke point towards the north here. Very narrow entryways. You can wall off and turtle up, get a line of tanks, get tanks on the high ground as well here, covering the Zonaga. There's just a lot that you can do to fortify this location. Expanding towards the south is more difficult, but towards the north, again, 4 bases pretty well set up. Planetary's on the way. Tank production as well. We're getting into additional Raxes, and we are just going to be harassing here with Marines. Meanwhile, we don't have any setup here. The Lings, they come in, and they will deny the 4th. They will delay it a little bit longer. SCVs are going down. Tanks were not in position. The Marines likewise out on the field. And we even burrowing. Just being as annoying as possible. And the creep is getting a bit out of hand. We're getting to the halfway mark. We have a double drop towards the south. Again, just going to be keeping the attention of Dark here. On the drop play. Tank gets a couple of shots off, but it's alone. Tank is going to go down for free. At the same time, double drop also is forced to pick up. Oliveira, he isn't losing much, to be fair, but did lose a tank. Less than ideal. Meanwhile, Dark, he's droned up to 80 at this point, so 75. Essentially 80 with this rich Hessian gas geyser, of course, with this rich base, I should say. We have Hive, Adrenal on the way, Ultras as well. Dark, he's getting into his final form. And Oliveira is still turtling back at home. This is what I was worried about when I saw the second factory. Oh my god, now a third factory as well. Jesus. Essentially getting into this, yep. Oliveira, he's just completely walling off. He's turtling up very hard. That's a lot of Lings. And where are the Marines? These tanks, they cannot protect themselves. 3, 4, 5 tanks, 6 tanks going down, and Oliveira, he was caught with his pants down. He was completely out of position. GG gets called, and in one swift move, Dark takes the series 2-1. GG. Oh my god. Oliveira, he was getting ready for the late game. He was completely walling off. He was getting ready to just turtle on up, establish himself on 4 bases. He had a massive tank line, turrets as well, but what he didn't have was Marines and a bio army to protect those tanks. There were what, like 6 tanks in position and nothing else to support them. We had the Marines were all in the field, right? We had a double drop in the center, we had a triple drop towards the south. All the Marines, they were just trying to harass and trying to deal economic damage. And Dark, he just sent everything through the center. He's like he just sent it, Papi, right through the center, right through the middle. Got on top of the tanks, and that was it. That was game. GG, well played. All over before it began. And to be fair, there was a very small window where Dark could pull that off. If Dark hadn't attacked when he did, we would 100% be locked into like a 20-minute game. That would we would have walled off, slowly worked towards a 4th base, and the game would have slowed down to a crawl, as we would see on maps like Gressvan in Games Pass or Altitude, or even Neo Humanity. So yeah, that was actually quite close. The window, the timing there, where Dark could afford or could go for a move like that before being completely shut down. GG, well played. And with that, we have our finalists. Oliveira is going to be tapping out, and the grand finals is upon us. It is going to be Dark versus Hero. Let's go. That's good. A part of me feels a little bit unsatisfied because, like, you could see where the game was headed. It's like we were deprived of like a late game ZVT, a back and forth, you know, a split map scenario. Do I really want that right now? I don't. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. You know, I'm very fond of ZVT. You know, the more ZVT I get, the better. But yeah, we were denied that, and with that, we are getting into our final series. Here we go. El gran finale, papi, between Dark and Hero. These two, they face off quite often in these online events. Hero and Dark, they are destined to face off, as they face off in so many finals, whether it's ESL Open Cup Asia or the KSL, like we see here. I mentioned before that that is also why that actually these past couple of online events, we have been having some really interesting turnouts because Dark hasn't been here. Dark wasn't here for ESL Open Cup Asia. As a result, we had TVP finals. Creator won, by the way. It was Creator versus Beyond, if I'm not mistaken. No, sorry, Creator versus Cure. And here this morning in ESL Open Cup Americas, there was a TVT between Beyond and Clem. Again, Dark has been suspiciously absent these past couple of days. Did I say Beyond? Sorry, Dark has been absent these past couple of days. So yeah, I hope everything's okay. I hope that we get to see more of Dark in the coming Open Cups for Americas and Asia, but at least he's here for KSL. At least he is here for the KSL, and yeah, we are getting ready for this. Again, it's going to be a best of 5, not a best of 3, between Dark and Hero. Game 1 is on Solaris. Let's go. How many links should we make? Dark, yes. True, Pappy, true. Another DKZ. I mean, CranKy Gaming, they are one of the best teams in the world. They have some very high caliber players, and here we go. Spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Solaris, we have the South Korean Zerg player representing CranKy Gaming. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss representing CranKy Gaming. It is Hero. And I am very curious. If you were here over the weekend, then you would have seen us cast a lot of Hero. And Hero has been popping off in PvZ. Specifically, it was during ESL Open Cup Asia where Hero, he just mowed his way through Solar and DRG both without too much issue by using a very unique variation of Glaive Adepts. Hero, he was doing nothing but Glaive Adepts over the weekend against all the Zerg players, and they just couldn't keep up. And it wasn't your standard Glaives. I'm not talking about, like, say, 4-gate Glaives into a third base, or you know, a Stargate opener into a third into Glaive that's behind it. Like, no, not your standard Glaives. It was something very different. And I'm curious if Hero is going to be doing it here as well against Dark. Very curious. As we do have a Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Dark. He's taking his natural location. And likewise back at home, Hero going for a gate expand into the Cybercore. It's a very standard opener so far. But again, my eyes are glued onto Hero here because of how he was playing, it felt like Hero was experimenting. It felt like he was experimenting and trying to refine new builds, essentially, because he was playing Glaives like I've never seen before. Specifically, if I recall correctly, he was going for +1 Glaives. He was going for Glaives with +1 with a third base, which was wild. And what was really interesting about it is that what it did was it allowed Hero to, after the Glaive Adepts finished getting damage done, whether they kill their opponents or not, it allows Hero to hit a +2 blink timing afterwards, which hits very hard, and again, very unexpected. Something that we don't really get to see too often is Glaive Adepts into +2 blink. Usually it's Glaive Adepts into +1 because you delay the Forge. You typically don't get a Forge with Glaives. Because it doesn't really help. It doesn't really add value to the Adepts themselves. Instead, it's kind of like a stepping stone for the next stage. Meanwhile, Twilight Council opener. Twilight Council opener here from Hero. Now, this doesn't. I know I've been talking a lot about Glaive Adepts. It doesn't have to be, but we have pulled out a gas. It should be Glaives here from Hero. Let's go. Again, he's been very fond of it recently. Very fond. We should be seeing a Robo soon. Never mind. 2 more gateways are thrown down. Glaives are on the way. This is going to be the variation of Glaive Adepts without a Robo. We have been seeing this quite a lot in the European scene. We haven't seen this adopted by the Korean Protosses too often until now. I'll be honest. This is the first time I'm seeing a Korean Protoss do this. I've been seeing, who was it? I think Harsim's been doing this. I think Strange as well, amongst some of the other European Protosses. But basically, this is a more economic variation. I'm pretty sure that because there's no Robo, we actually can throw down a faster third, and this is less committed. So, a more economic variation of Glaives, if I'm not mistaken. As there we go, Hero is going to be setting up for that third base. Usually when you go 4-gate Glaive Adepts, you get a very delayed third. You stay on 2 bases a lot longer, and you have to get into Immortal production, or even Robotic Spade into Disruptors. But because there's no Robo, we have excess minerals left over, and Hero does attempt to expand. There is a link to deny it, but the Adepts are here, and the third base can be taken. Now the downside is that because there's no Robo, there's no Warp Prism, which means we can't reinforce on the front lines. Adepts are moving out. Dark is in position And oh my god, these things are being so annoying. They get on top of the probe. They delay the third base even longer here. As Hero reinforces on the front lines, getting a couple more adepts mixed in. Dark going to try to defend here with Ling Bane, not with roaches. And Hero's going for a Dark Shrine follow-up. Because it's been delayed for so long, he doubles down when behind Dark Shrine. That makes sense. If they get into the main base, they try to get on top of the Queen. Clutch Transfuse. Hero not finding too much damage as he does shade in towards that natural base, but the Lings are waiting. Do they take down 2 of those adepts? Again, still no third base. So heavily delayed here from Hero. Delayed more than what he wanted. As he's forced to recall back home. And now Dark is going for a massive counterattack. He wants to deny this third base again for, what, a third time? Or at least force to cancel. But he does run into those adepts. He's going to be forced back. Do we have detection? We have a Spore in the natural, a Spore in the main. No Spore, no detection at the third. Which means Dark Templar, they can get a kill. They can take down that hatchery. The Banelings will not connect. The splits are too good. The Banelings go down. These adepts, they're still just wreaking havoc across the map, trading so damn well. They are going to be surrounded though. Adepts are finally going down. Ah, I spoke too soon. As they shade into the natural. And all of this bought time for this third base to get saturated. Shield batteries on the way. More adepts as well. We have the Dark Shrine, but we haven't warped in anything yet. Still only adepts. This third base still looking very vulnerable. Dark, he cut workers really early on, and you can see Hero, he's now ahead economically. Like, Dark, he reacted so strongly to this. He's only on 39 workers. He can't afford to lose this base. There's no lair, there's no mobile detection. DTs are coming, and I believe Hero has seen that there is no detection. Spore now on the way. I do feel like these Dark Templar are very late. We could have seen them earlier. Spore is repositioning. DTs, they go straight for the third, but they are being zoned away. Dark is holding, but Dark, he is down quite a bit when it comes to the worker count. Hero getting further ahead. And the DTs, they waddle back home. Now, these Dark Templar, sure, they haven't dealt any damage, but they can morph into Archons. And he's up against Ling Bane. Archons, they are ideal in this position. There we go. Archons are being morphed in. Adepts are still alive, by the way. They still have glaives. There's a lot of Ling Bane, which we have to respect. And we will not commit. As Dark is trying to catch up. He's trying to stabilize. Still behind in the economy. Lair still on the way. And Hero, he's sitting pretty. Tech-wise, Hero doesn't have the best position either. Baneling waddle by, gets shut down. But there it is. Robo's on the way, soon to be a base, soon Colossus production, I imagine. Fourth base is being taken. Dark is just getting into his roaches. Oh, we do get a surround. We will be able to catch an Archon. The push is continuing. Banelings go down. There are some roaches now out with those queens. And Hero, he's running out of steam. He only has 3 Archons, but the Adepts, they commit to the shade. They get into the mineral line. 5 drones go down. And the Archons do back off. We are getting a lot of economic damage. Dark, he was already behind the economy. Now he's losing even more drones. 9, 10 workers going down. 11 even. And a lot of this was because of the build of Hero, because of the Adepts into a faster third. Like, Dark reacted so strongly to it, and again, his economy suffered as a result. He's building up a Roach army. At this point, I think he's all in. as you can see here, Darky isn't droning. He's down in workers, down to 55. He is not saturating any more of his bases. He's still just hyper-fixated on nothing but roaches. He's going for a big +1 timing. It's all or nothing for Dark. Just pure Roach Ravager at this point. It's going to be a timing of +1 and Roach Speed. The upgrades are about to kick in. And it's going to be on Hero to defend. And Hero, he's building up Immortals. Now, he's only making one Immortal at a time. Only one Robo. Likewise, he doesn't have Blink. Blink just started. Hero, he is looking a little bit vulnerable. And again, Dark hasn't made a drone for like 2 minutes. He hasn't been droning. Basically, after losing so many workers, Dark, he knows that like he has to be all in. Like there's no way to macro out of this, not anymore. Not without dealing some damage. And here we go, the push is upon us. Hero not too far behind, is getting in position at the same time. A Roach counterattack here towards the natural. Hero is being pulled apart. Oh my god, pulling everything back even. But it looks like he is going to have enough. There Roaches, DTs. A bit of an F2A move there from Hero. He does end up exposing his own 4th base. He could have dealt with it, but alas, he does pull back. He does give up on his 4th. And Dark will bring it down. Not too bad. He does get a base. He doesn't kill the workers, though. The probes, they do escape. To make it out. Not a bad start for Dark. I mean, Dark can now drone. He's now getting back into this. Still behind in the economy, but now have a 4th base on the way. We'll see if Dark can once again pull apart his opponent. Still stuck on a subpar army as well. Do we have a second Robo? We do not. We still only have one Robo here for Hero. The rocks are being knocked down. Dark, he's still all in. He's still only on 57 workers. That's less than 3 base saturation. But thankfully, he's not pushing into Disruptors, which would be a difficult thing to do. There he goes, wedging himself between the bases, going straight for the Immortals. Up! Juggling is looking good. The Immortals are not going down. One of them does fall. Only 2 Immortals are left. But the surround is real. In come the Stalkers, the Archons, and the entire army of Dark is being completely swallowed up. A couple of Roaches to escape, but GG gets called. That is all that Dark had, and Hero will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Hero, he's been very fond of Glaive Adept builds this past like 2 weeks. And that is clearly reflected here as well. Now, again, when we casted Hero during ESL Open Cup Asia, he did go Glaives every game against DRG and against Solar. I'm curious if he goes Adepts every game against Dark here as well. Very curious. Or if, like, he doesn't have to. He can mix it up. He can, you know, go Blink Stalkers. He can go Stargate Opener. Like, Hero doesn't have to rely on it. But, like, my theory is that Hero is just experimenting a little bit. And he's just, like, refining these builds. You know, he's exploring. And we'll see if he continues to do so here in game number 2. Here we go. Spam this fist so that Hero may never miss. What? Ay. Fist and miss, mate. You're stretching with that rhyme, Bobby. You're stretching. It is a stretch. But here we go. We are getting into game number 2 of this best of 5 grand finals, and spawning in the top right hand corner of our Kyone, we have the South Korean Zerg player representing CranKy Gaming. It is Dark. Spawning in the bottom left, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss representing CranKy Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Hero. Here we go. Again, to wind it back, Hero did go for a 4-gate Glaives opener in that last game. Oh my god, as Dark is going for the gold. He's had enough. He doesn't want to be reacting. Not anymore. Dark, he is aggressive by nature, and he's going for the gold as his natural. Let's go. A very bold move here out of Dark, and Hero, he mines the other half of these minerals. He's going across the map. He's checking. He's scouting. No, never mind. No shot. He doesn't scout. He's going for his own gold. Let's go. Great minds. They think alike. What is happening right now, Poppy? I mean, both Hero and Dark, they're both very aggressive players. You know, they're cut from the same cloth. They're very similar outside of just being different races, of course. And Hero has the advantage of scouting. He does see the hatchery. Dark doesn't see the nexus. So Hero, he has the knowledge, he has the power, he's aware, and he has an advantage. Meanwhile, Dark is going to be mainlining over towards the gold base, and he is now going to be checking the natural, and he will come across the fact that, hold up, your nexus is not where it should be. It's missing. The Nexus, it's gone, Papi. And Dark, does he care? Because Dark is going for an all-in. We have a Roach Warren on the way. That's typically how you do this. You don't take this as your natural to macro. No. There's no way you can, because you will be punished. You can be abused by the other side of the rocks. This is to go all in. Ling's going to be checking. They do get eyes on the gold base of Hero. Stargate opener. If Hero were to go for Void Rays, that would be amazing. I feel like Void Rays would be a very strong opener here for Hero. Hero, to be fair, as he recalls the probes over to Maynard, he doesn't know what's happening. He doesn't know what kind of build he's going for. This gold base is a tell. It could be a Bane bust. It could be a Roach Rush. I feel like those are going to be the two things at the forefront of Hero's mind. And he's going Oracle, not Void Ray. Oracle first. And we'll see what he can get done. We'll see if he can scout his opponent. Again, this is going to be a tough hold for Hero, as roaches are already on the way. Dark, he's cutting workers at 20. He's not making any more drones. And he is all in. Adepts, they do spot the roaches, but the rush distance by ground is so short. Oh my god. Oracle comes out. We have a second Oracle on the way. But Oracles, they have energy. Like, they have finite DPS. And yeah, we've run out of energy already, or we're running out. Second Oracle is on the way. Overcharge has to be pulled. The boys are being pulled. The shield battery does get targeted down. No more support. Lings, they're getting out of control. We have another gateway on the way, but it looks like this may just be too much. As I say that, oh, we get both queens. We do take down the roach. There's only one Ravager left. God, this is so close. This is still so close. No, we commit to the shade. The adepts are going to go down. Stalkers are on the way. Boys are being pulled once again. Shield battery does finish. But without the adepts, how can we protect these stalkers? They get surrounded. The Biles, they connect as well. Oracle comes out to try to focus down the queens, but we have two queens. Yeah, it's just going to be too much. Oracle goes down, and it looks like Dark has done it. He is breaking through. And you can see that Hero, he knows that he cannot hold on to the gold. Not anymore. He's down to one base. And Dark, if he wants to, he could start droning, and he could take this gold as his own. If he really wanted to. The Stalker gets caught out. Probes are going down as well. Oracle is getting damage done across the map. Drones are falling, but Spore finishes. Oracle gets zoned away. Yeah, and Dark is droning. And as he drones, again, he will have access to another gold base. Hero is stuck on one base. He's throwing down additional gateways, going for a Twilight Council for potentially Dark Templar. Or just Blink. Most likely Blink. Base is going to be going down. And Dark is going to keep on pushing towards the final base here of Hero. At the same time, though, Hero going for a counterattack, and he's going for Glaive. Technically, he is going Glaives every game. True, technically. That is Glaives on the way. We're getting the Queen. Uh-oh. And we're going to kill everything. Ling's going to have a hard time engaging. So far, the positioning is looking pretty damn good. But only 3 Adepts, they will be shut down. The Roach Ravager making its way into the main base. Overlord providing high ground vision as well. Whilst Wolf Connect, they take down the pylon. We're making our way into that main. Yeah, we've broken on through. Lings are coming in to reinforce as well. Massively. The Biles! Oof, the Biles connect. They take down the Soldiers. GG gets called, and Dark does take game number 2. We fight back. We tie it up 1-1. GG. GG. Well played. Dark will make a series out of this. We have a back and forth. Let's go. Let us go. And again, it was just a really awkward position for Dark as well. I'm not too fond of the Oracle first, I'll be honest. I know that Oracle has a high rate of DPS and it can clean up Lings as well, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I don't know. I wasn't really feeling that Oracle initially. We saw that the Oracles, they were running out of energy. They couldn't really support anymore. They were doing a decent job at focusing down some of the Ravagers, but having a hard time outside of that, and Dark was eventually able to break through and take control of the gold, and it was over from that point. Oh boy. And yeah, that was beautiful. To see, that was the first time so far, the first time this entire season where we have seen a situation where both opposing players have taken the gold at the same time on Alcyone. That was beautiful, beautiful. And hopefully not the last. Hopefully not the last time. There's something about I guess because it's been a couple of weeks, players are getting more comfortable. There's something about this last week of StarCraft. We had this moment. We've also had, I think it was Dark as well. Maybe it was Silky in WTL, where we had a game on Radisset Station where we had a proxy hatch at the pocket base outside the wall, where we were working through the rocks and we were going to be working through the mineral patches to go for a proxy on Radisset Station to go for a big all-in. And yeah, we also saw that this week as well. So yeah, players have been getting a little bit more adventurous. They've been exploring the maps a little bit more as well. I appreciate it. Do appreciate it, as we are now going to be getting into game number 3. We're going to be determining who takes a lead in this series, who will be taking that lead and getting one step closer to becoming this week's KSL champion, or week number 32's KSL champion. As here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have the South Korean Zerg player tying up the series 1-1, representing CranKy Gaming. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss, representing CranKy Gaming. It is Hero. We go. Wonder why no Void Ray from Hero. I mean, I'm pretty sure Hero just assumed it would be a Ling Flood. If it was something like a Ling Flood or a Ling Bane Bust even, I do favor an Oracle in that situation. I think it was just really greedy. I think it was a little bit greedy out of Hero. Maybe you could get away with a second Oracle, as someone is saying, if we had a maybe we could get away with an Oracle if we had a second shield battery. It's possible. Very possible. I think regardless, Hero did have a bit of an underwhelming defense at that goal base, and was lacking there. Whether it was lack of shield batteries or lack of Void Rays, or lack of second gateway even for just additional warp-ins. Regardless, there was definitely some lacking that we were lacking there in the defense, and Hero did end up getting taken advantage of. And now we're getting into game number 3. Oh, sorry, there we go. Game number 3, as we are tied up 1-1 in this series. Oh, and a massive shout out as well to Stay. Thank you so much for the raid, Papi Ga. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session as well. Thank you so much. Welcome everyone to the grand finals of the KSL. Now, for some context, to be transparent, this is a replay cast. KSL is typically over the weekend. It is over on Saturdays here in Australia or in Korea. Fridays, I believe, elsewhere in the world. I believe in the Americas. And we usually cast this live. We usually cast this live over the weekend, but we have been busy covering ESL Masters. We were covering the B stream, and as a result, we could not cover this live at the time just because I was in bed, I was sleeping, I was on that EU sleep schedule, so was unable to cover this live. So we are catching up instead with some replays. We're catching up on what we missed out on. And here we go back at home. Hero is going for a Stargate opener for the first time this series. I mean, I guess technically he went for a Stargate opener in game 2, but that doesn't count. That doesn't. Not after what we saw. Doesn't count, Poppy. This probe is going to be a little bit annoying. It's going to be going for a pylon block here at the third base location. Adept is making its way across the map and does see that the drone is headed towards the third base. We do not get here in time. The third base is thrown down. Hero trying to be as annoying as possible, but a little bit too little too late. Pylon is cancelled, and the third base is going to get up and running. Not in the ideal position that Dark wanted, but it's on the way nonetheless. As the Adept does make its way into the main. Like the Control did get one drone kill before getting the hell out of there. Before shading out and joining forces with the second Adept. Here we go. Replay cast, but I haven't seen these ones yet. Oh, and potentially. As the Adept make their way into the main, so far another drone goes down. Oracle making its way across the map. So far, the target firing 2 more workers. Can we get we do get a third drone. Oh my god. Dark. A little bit out of character there, losing additional workers in the main base. The Queens are out of position as well, and this is getting out of control. 7 workers do go down. The Oracle survives, and we are not done. We still have more Oracles on the way. Dark going for a big link counterattack, but the Oracle comes out just in time to defend, to zone away those lings. Dark does have to back off, and we are going for a triple Oracle opener. No additional tech behind this, not yet. Should soon be getting to that Twilight Council. And Hero is able to enjoy quite an economic lead. And it could be looking to extend that lead, because these Adepts, they still have not been dealt with. Still going to be threatening shades across the map. Overlord is going to go down, and that will supply block Dark. Oof. Aye. Supply block is real. There's that Twilight Council we were talking about. We'll see if we throw down a Forge alongside this. We have mentioned that Hero has been very fond of Glaive Adepts recently, especially Stargate openers into a third into Glaives as well. So I'm curious if that's going to be the case. Likewise, Hero does have a unique build where even if he doesn't throw down a third and a Forge, he does have a 3-base Blink Stalker all-in that he does go for from time to time. As the Oracles, they catch a Queen here in between the bases. 2 of them peel off, and they do get into the mineral line. 1 more drone goes down, and is it going to be Blink or is it going to be Glaives? There it is. Blink is on the way. This is very unique to Hero. Not many Protoss players do this. Like, typically, if we're getting into Blink, we do have a Forge alongside this with +1. Because there's no Forge, this feels like we're leading into a 3-base all-in. We'll see if it's just going to be delayed, though. This Hero does lose a probe here at the third. God, and it's still just being so active with this army. Like, I don't want to get distracted by the Blink Stalkers because, mate, we still got Adepts. We still have these vanilla Adepts in between the bases. Stasis Trap is thrown down, and it will catch a couple of drones. Oh, for the cost of an Oracle. 2 workers will go down. The Adepts, they do make it back home. And how many gates are we working with? That is going to be 6 gates in total. Only 6. We will have enough Stalkers here to gain map control to push out once Blink kicks in. Oh. As these Oracles, they're not done. There it is. There's the Forge on the way. A delayed Forge from Hero. Only 6 gateways, so again, we should have been seeing some additional tech thrown down. Oh. So we get another Stasis Trap. Oracle falls. Dark finally regaining control of his bases. but still hurting in the economy, still down on 60 workers. Working on +1 melee, working on a Roach lane composition, and here comes Hero. We may have that Forge maybe working on +1, but hey, I don't think we're really too concerned with that. Hero, he's going to keep on pushing, looking to reinforce here with these pylons. Warp in 6 Stalkers at a time, 5 for now. And because of just how much damage Hero has done, Dark, he's one step behind, he's on the back foot. He just doesn't have a standing army. He's got a handful of Roaches, a handful of Ravagers. He's been struggling to redrone, to rebuild. And Hero, he's snowballing out of control. We have shield batteries on the way. Oh my god. Bappy. Hero, calm down. Oh my god, that's going to be a 7th gateway alongside the shield battery. Hero pushing on in. Some biles will not connect. Oh my god. The Lings, they are closing the gap, but this choke point is brutal. As biles are connecting. The shield battery, though, it's done, and that is an 8th gateway on the way, so it is an 8 gates blink all in. Forge was just for show. I was like, oh, he's getting a Forge. He's going to be taking a 4th and getting +1. No, baby, no. Not at all. As Hero, he is committing to his push. Couple of adepts do shade into that 3rd base. And Dark, he has been slowly building up this Ravager count. Building up the Roaches. Only bleeding out Lings. Dark, he's holding. Like, pushing through this choke point up this ramp is difficult. We have just constant biles. Oh my god. Hero, he's going to rotate around, heading towards the 4th base instead. He does get up the ramp. He can go toe-to-toe with this army. Miles will not connect. We don't waste the blink either. So far, good control out of Hero, warping in another wave of Stalkers. Lings, they go for the surround, but that's what the Oracles are for. The Oracles, they are here to support. Some biles will connect. Behind this 4th base is on the way. We are saturating the gases. We threw down a 2nd Forge for 1-1. At some point, we can get there. A Fleepy! Oh my god! Why not? Why not just skip it? I mean, Hero, he is far ahead of the worker count. He's got 70 workers compared to the sub 60 of Dark. Why worry about 1-1 and you know, upgrades to help benefit these Stalkers? Nah, mate, just rush into Sky Toss. Why not? Why not, Bappy? True. At the same time, a big link counterattack, though, going to be hitting across the map. Hero not in position. The wall is not a wall. Probes are going down. Very necessary damage here for Dark, and Hero does recall back home. Recalls into the main. And I wonder, Dark, I'm sure he noticed. Cybercore is researching, +1 air attack is on the way. Dark, he's going to shut down this proxy location. He's breaking free. He gets 6 worker kills, and that is still not enough to recover. Dark is still behind economically, and he's behind tech-wise as well. I'm concerned that he didn't see the researching Cybercore. His Ling saw it, but I'm not sure if he did, because how many queens? We have 7 queens. That's okay, but no Spire, no Hydra Den. We have a Bailey Nest on the way, Ling Bane, Roach Ravager. It's a decent composition in the mid-game, don't get me wrong. It's good, it's robust, it does well, but it doesn't shoot up. As the Oracles, they get into the main, taking a lot of hits. Revelation does get eyes on the tech, sees the infestation bit on the way. And Hero's running away with this. Dark, he may be up in the supply, but the soup, we mention it all the time, the soup, it sometimes does lie, especially with Roach Ravager. It's inflated supply, not the most efficient army here from Dark. He's pushing out. And if you didn't see it before, I'm sure he sees it now. Here we go. His goal here to try to kill his opponent before the Skytoss can get underway. He does deny +1. He's pushing in, but the carriers, they have arrived. The Biles, they do connect. And oh my god. At the same time, a massive link counterattack as well on the right-hand side. Does deny mining, but the army's in position. And the Biles, they almost take down a carrier. Impressive. Spire now begins. Which is why I was concerned that maybe we didn't see and we didn't notice the Cybercore earlier, because this is a late Spire. It is on the way, but this is triggering a massive counterattack. Here comes Hero from the south, from the north, sending everything across the map. Dark, he's not ready for this. I'm sure he was hoping for some more damage. I'm sure he was hoping to maybe kill the fourth. Wiles will not be connecting the queens. They do come in. There's only 2 carriers. It's a lot of damage on one of those carriers, but here comes a 3rd carrier and soon a 4th as well. Oh, the burrow micro. The Wiles. Oh my god. Again, doing a surprising amount of damage. One of these carriers does go down. But the queens overextended. They're off of creep. They cannot transfuse. And the Stalker army gets on top of the Ravagers as well. Hero, he's snowballing out of control. Again, he did so well in the early game, or in the mid game even, getting ahead, crippling the economy with the Adepts, of course, with the Oracles, with his later push. Dark could not keep up. 1 queen survived, just barely. Staying borrowed there, out on the map. Now Dark, to be fair, even though he lost the base, he does have a backup 4th, but we're still on an even base count, still in a relatively even economy. Dark, he does have the Spire finishing up. Corruptors are on the way. He now has some anti-air. He's doing this. Dark, he's living. He's surviving. We finally have the backup Cybercore. We're working on +1 melee. Now, what's scary is that, sure, like, we're rushing into Skytoss, but it's only 2 Stargates. Like, for the most part, Hero, he's still heavily reliant on a ground army. So, Dark has to be careful not to overcommit. Not to overcommit and make too many carriers. Sorry, too many Corruptors to deal with the carriers. We only have 4 carriers. To be fair, we're getting into Void Rays. I believe Flux Veins was researched. Yes, Flux Veins is done. That is, of course, Void Ray speed. And here we go. Dark pushing in. A bit of a Link Pain run by here on the right-hand side. Pushing in towards the left. Bailings, they will not get in. Cannon does deal with them, but at the same time, Hero is being zoned away. Wiles will connect with the Void Rays. They go ham, and they have to be respected. Hero, he does lose 16 probes in the natural. The Lings, they're going ham. Oh my god. They're wreaking havoc in the bases. Hero, he's losing his worker lead. As Lings also hit the 4th. But we've seen this before. This is triggering a counterattack. Hero, he's sending everything across the map for a second time. And can we hold? How many Corruptors? 10. 10 Corruptors. How many Queens? Only 3 Queens. The Wiles, oh my god. Also going to be connecting once again. The Corruptors are coming from behind. They take down 1. They take down 2 carriers. But at the same time, the ground army. The ground army is just getting out of control. We will clean up every single carrier. That is a bit of a win for Dark. But what about everything else? What about everything on the ground? The Corruptors, they do nothing. They can't shoot down. We can keep pushing. Likewise, Lynx are still wreaking havoc. But Hero, he's pushing into the natural. 13 Roaches are on the way. Corruptors are doing what they can. I love the burrow play here, saving all these drones. But what about the tech? What about the production? As everything is on fire across the map as well. Hero down to 50 workers. But he's pushing into the main, and that is where the Hive is. That's where the Spire is, the Roach War, and all the tech in the main. And that is what matters. As Dark, he's trying to regain control of his own main base. Pushing back in. That one Void Ray. Doing what he can. And these Roaches are trading well. They're cleaning up the Zealots at least. Can we save the Hive? I don't think we can. I don't think we can save the Hive. It's barely going to be going down. The Hive will fall. Ah, the Unburrowed. As Dark will clean this up. And this is getting very close, actually. The supplies are getting very close between our players. Dark now remaxing with a Ling Roach army. Losing the Hive is not the biggest of deals. Losing the Roach Warren would have been more devastating, to be honest. Hive means no Vipers, but Dark, he takes one of these rich bases. Economically, he's still in this. Hero, what is Hero working with? A decent base count. That was a kill on the natural base, so a little bit less saturation available for him. He's given up on Skytoss. He has 1 carrier. He's focusing on a Stalker Archon army. He has +2 attack. And has he scouted? He has not seen the fresh mining base of Dark. He doesn't know. But he's heading in this direction. Uh-oh. He is heading in this direction. He does come across these Lings. We have more Roaches and Lings on the way. Lair is being rebuilt. We have an Infestor in production. It will have a Fungal available. But here, he's just so tenacious, not slowing down, pushing in once again. He will kill every single one of those Corruptors. The boys are being pulled into Archons. No! You hate to see it. Drones being pulled, they get annihilated. But the Fungal does connect. But on the carrier of all things, and the carrier is going to go down to the Vials. But the Stalker army is barely enough. We take down the entire mineral line. 18 drones go down. We get another warp in behind this as well. I'm impressed that Dark made this as close as it was. Like, especially when it came to the carrier timing, I assumed that Dark would die then and there to the first push. But he survived. Dark, he held out for so long. Despite being down in tech. Despite not having the most ideal army. But here he loses his most important mining base. He's down to 32 workers. He's going for a Ling counterattack. Can he reciprocate that damage? Can he get a mineral line? Maybe he can. Uh-oh. Workers are going down. And Hero, he may have killed 18 drones, but he's also going to be losing 13, soon to be 14 probes across the map. Look at Units tab. We dive on top of the army. Boys are being pulled. Ravages are being focused down. With the Warping of Zealots, do we have enough Lings to come back to defend? The Lings come back, but it's too little too late. GG gets called, and Hero will take game number 3, taking a 2-1 lead in the Grand Finals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. That was close. That was insane. Again, I was convinced that the first carrier push and the carrier timing, I think it was with 2 carriers and then a 3rd and 4th carrier behind it, was gonna win Hero the game, but no, Dark, he was holding on barely with his Biles, with his Queens, barely squeezing out a couple of Corruptors as well. Very impressive, and likewise able to counterattack at the same time, cripple the economy of Hero as well. Both players just getting down and dirty, getting in the mud, and with that, Hero still came out on top, just barely though towards the end. GG. GG, well played, and with that, Hero will take a lead in the series, but I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping that we can go the distance here. It's always a treat casting Dark and Hero. They always go back and forth. Always so much fun to see them duke it out amongst each other. They are some of the best that Korea has to offer when it comes to Zergs and Protoss. And we'll see how this all comes together. And we'll see if Dark can force the ace match or if Hero takes it here and now in Game 4. As we load in to Site Delta. Let's go. See, chat, looks like Glaves. Yeah, that's what I mean. So, fun fact, if it was any other player, winding it back to the Twilight Council follow-up, winding it back, if it was any other player, I would agree. I would have said Glaves. That's what I was mentioning during the cast, where if it's anyone else, I would say Glaves. But Hero specifically does have a blink, an 8-gate blink all-in that he does pull off of a single Twilight Council without a Forge. What's crazy is that last game we did see a Forge, we just didn't use it. So we were getting some mixed signals, maybe some mixed signals. Regardless, here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have the South Korean Zerg player representing CranKy Z Gaming. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss representing CranKy Z Gaming as well, as they are teammates, leading the series 2-1. It is Hero. Oh boy, as the probe moves out to delay the expansion, but Dark, he is one to just keep his drone back, wait for the probe to leave, and take the natural instead. Dark is one of the few players that does this. Fun fact, he's willing to delay his expansion a little bit longer, and sometimes he's punished for it, to be fair, but he just waits for the probe to leave, and he takes his base. So Hatch, gas pool should be our opener. Never mind, he's going for a proxy hatch across the map. Hatch first, yes, but a proxy hatchery here across the map going to be forcing the boys to be pulled and delaying the opener here of Hero. just throwing a wrench in the works, being as annoying as possible. Now, we're not going to allow this base to finish. The goal here is just to delay the expansion, just to delay the economy of Hero as well. As we do get us surrounded, we do force a cancel. Drone is forced back. From here, Dark usually goes into the main to go for a gas steal, but Hero should be wary of that. Should be aware. As we do have a forge in the main. Oh my god. Hero taking this very seriously. Going for that forge, going for potentially even defensive cannons here, in case there was a commitment. Back at home, Dark going for his gas, going for his spawning pool as well. But again, talking about that last game, I learned the hard way. It was a couple of weeks ago, where we did notice that it was myself and Asher. We did notice this. We're going for a. I just realized we're going for a cannon rush as a response. I didn't even see the pylon. I thought it was a mineral patch. Pylon is thrown down. The first Zealot gets across now. The cannon rush is upon us here, and Dark is being punished for his opener. Ay, ay, ay. Because of his build, because of this proxy hatch that he went for, because of the hatch block, I should say, as we have a gas steal on the main base, it did lead to a delayed spawning pool, which means delayed queens, delayed lings. Cannons are finishing, and this base is going to go down. There's no doubt about it. Meanwhile, across the map, Dark, he goes for another hatch block. But this is going to be dealt with, and here we go. Can Dark hold on to his natural base? The Spine Crawler is coming down from the high ground. Zealot will fall. The Adept does not commit to the shade. That base is getting very low. Without a transfuse, it's going to go down. And that makes this worth it. Hero, he kills the base. He can lose everything here, and it's okay. As he trades with these lings, trades with the queens. Makes it back home. He has a defensive cannon. And this hatchery should not finish. Oh, Dark in a rough position. Again, the gas guys are in the main, makes it difficult to go into a roach all in as well. As the hatchery is cancelled. No! That was a kill! No, that was a kill, not a cancel! The hatchery goes down. Oh wait, no, sorry, that was a kill, not a cancel. Never mind. That was a cancel, thankfully. Oh, okay. I reactively just checked the unit slots. I was like, no shot. Okay. It's fine, it's fine. We didn't lose a second hatchery, thankfully. But Dark is behind. Dark is in a really rough position. He's double expanding to catch back up. Lings trying to keep up with the Adepts as well. And from here, Hero can kind of do whatever he wants. He's going for a Stargate, getting saturated. He has to be careful with these Adepts as they are being surrounded, but we have additional Adepts coming in to reinforce. Again, I'm going to be trading well here with these Lings. How many queens are we going to be working with? 3 queens here, so we should be able to keep up with the Oracle. The Oracle shouldn't get too much worker damage. Hopefully, fingers crossed, as the Oracle is making its way towards the natural, and there are lots of vulnerable drones here. 2, 3 workers go down. The Oracle escapes. We have a second Oracle coming up behind this. I'll be honest, I wouldn't be opposed to throwing down a Twilight Council and going for a Glaive Adept follow-up. I do think that Glaives would be a really good way to punish Dark just because of the delayed economy. Because he has no Roach Warren, no Baleen Nest, only Lings. He can only afford Lings as well. For now, we're getting to +1. That is not what I was expecting. I mean, we have a Forge. May as well, right? May as well go for +1. May as well make use of it. It does mean it's a little bit less likely to go into Glaives, but Twilight Council's on the way. I'm curious if we go for Glaives and then we go for +2 behind this into Blink if the game goes on any longer. I'm very curious if that's going to be the case here for Hero, or if we just commit to Blink. Gases are being taken. Does rule out charge. Oracles, they do rotate around, they head towards the natural. +1 melee is on the way, so we're going for a Ling heavy composition. Still no Roach Warren from Dark. And, oh, never mind, it is going to be charged, which means from here we can throw down the Templar Archives to go for Archons as well. And that would also work really well against Lings. As Hero rotates between the bases, I'm sure he's taking note that, hey, you haven't taken additional gases. There is that Templar Archives, so that's what we're spending our gas on. is going to be charged to Archon. And Hero, he knows that, again, there's nothing that he has to be really concerned about. No roaches, no banelings, no hydras, no lair even. As Dark is just still stuck droning. This is going to be a pretty brutal push. Oh boy, that's a lot of gate. That's a lot of gateways, Papi. That's a lot of gateways. We have 4 gates on the way in addition to the 4 that we already have, so it's going to be an 8 gate all in. Again, instead of taking a 3rd base, we're just doubling down on gateways. Dark is checking. He's looking for a 3rd. He sees none. This is a sign, and now we have a Roach Warren on the way, but it is a late Roach Warren, and we're already pushing. This is going to be a close hold here for Dark, if at all possible. We'll see how many roaches we have here for the first push. Archons are on the way, and we're just waiting for these gateways to finish up. 3rd base is being taken. But this is going to be quite a strong push here with +1. And Roach Warren just now finishing up Stasis Trap, only catching 1 drone. We're just waiting for another warp in. We're just biding our time here, amassing our army for the push. Nice snipe here on the Oracle. So we go. Heroes pushing in. The Queens are being brought forward. We have a Spine Crawler in position as well. Hero has to be very careful not to be surrounded. Very careful with how he engages and how he pushes. Again, we have 10 more roaches on the way. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Dark. He just needs to buy time here for his roaches. And here we go. We're committing. The Zealots, they get on top of the roaches. The Archons, they deal with the Lings as well. Oh, as the Lings are being annihilated. The roaches are able to kite back. But the Lings are going down. We're going for another massive warping of Zealots. And so far, good juggling. Every Archon has survived. They clean up the Lings. And now only the roaches do remain. Oh god, and they do take down one of the Archons, at least 2 Archons even. Dark, can he barely hold on? It looks like he is, but at the same time, the drones. Economic damage is being done. 13 drones go down. But Dark does hold. He survives, Papi. He survives. As behind this Hero, he's slowly getting his 3rd base up and running, making additional Zealots and Archons. Phoenix was just rallied in, unfortunately. Does go down. And as Hero goes back off, or as Hero backs off, he's going for some Archon harass in the main. Alas, doesn't find any damage yet. Hero does take a worker lead. Do we? Okay, we do. I was like, do we have a lair? We do have a lair, thankfully. Do have our lair. Roach speed is done. Dark's still on 3 bases, though. Still struggling economically. And back at home, Hero is commencing Immortal production. Immortals are on the way, +1 armor as well. Hero, he rotates over, he gets eyes on the would-be 4th. And Dark should be able to hold on to it for now. 2nd Forge is on the way for 1-1. Of course, this shows us that Hero is intending to just take up from here. I mean, I say that. Last game, he went double Forge, and he didn't actually make double upgrades. He's pushing across the map. This is going to be hitting with +1 armor. Is lined up with it. How many Immortals? I believe we have 2 Immortals. 2 Immortals on the field, and we're looking to deny this base. Dark, does he have enough? No Banelings. Has to kite back against the Zealots. Meanwhile, the Zealots do get into the base, and we are looking for a cancel. Hero, he's snowballing out of control. This base is going to go down. That's going to be a kill, not a cancel as well. And now we can keep on pushing. But Hero, he doesn't need to. He already got what he wanted. He's just containing Dark to 3 bases. He doesn't need to push in, doesn't need to overextend. He can. He definitely can, but he doesn't need to. As he trades with the army. Getting another couple of workers. Oh, shields are on the way. 4th base as well. Hero going to be enjoying his lead. And getting away with it. No Bay yet, and no second Robo. Just going to be chilling here with making one Immortal at a time. Observer on the way as well, just so we can help clear up some of this creep. And the game will settle. Now, Dark has to make a tough choice here. He knows that he's behind. He knows he's been losing this 4th base and losing a lot of workers. But his opponent, oh my god, upon being ahead, yeah, it makes sense. Just like the last game, Hero, he knows that he's safe, he knows that he can get away with it, so why not just go straight into Sky Toss? I mean, yeah, like what kind of danger is he really in at the moment? I mean, Dark isn't droning. He's getting up to 3-way saturation. He's cutting workers here at 64. I'm curious if he's going to make any more workers from here or just make nothing but Lingbane Roach Ravager. Very similar to the last game. If you remember, when Hero was trying to get into carriers, Dark, he just maxed out and he went for one big assault. Didn't kill Hero, but he did his best to try to pull Hero apart. That was on Hecate. And yeah, Dark, he is just trying to max out. He isn't making any more workers. Meanwhile, Hero getting away with teching. Can commence carrier production if he so chose to. There we go. First carriers are on the way. We have a Bay on the way, Robotics Bay. For disruptors, I imagine. And because of the economy and because of the tech, Hero doesn't have to be active. He doesn't have to push out. He's harassing with an Archon drop, which is cool and all. But there's nothing pressuring him. He can just chill at home and just max out on Sky Toss. The onus and the pressure is on Dark, not on Hero. Links are going down. We do have a Link counter-attack on the right-hand side, but there's an army in position. The wall is not a wall. The Links do bust in. At the same time, we have the Roach Ravager pushing towards the left-hand side, towards the south. Banelings, they take down the static defense. Roach Ravager pushing in towards that mineral line as well. Dark, he is rotating back over with his Immortals, but the Banelings, they get in. 10 workers go down. Spire is on the way. I'm sure he's aware of the Sky Toss that's coming out. Yeah, the carriers have revealed themselves. It is a late Spire once again. It's a very reactive Spire here and very late scouts of what was happening. But there aren't too many carriers. Only 2. Only 2 for now. Dark behind this still hasn't made any workers. He is just transferring his workers over, and there we go. Now taking gases, now droning up. But there is a window, there is a timing where Hero can push. Once he gets his first 4 carriers out, he can move out. It's going to be on Dark to try to pull off another miracle defense. He did it on Hecate. He was able to hold on for quite some time and make a game out of Hecate. It was very close, very back and forth. Can he do it again? Here we go. Infestors on the way. They do roll in. 9 workers do go down. But here we go. That's just triggering a counterattack. Hero pushing across the map with everything he has. Going to be 9 Archons. 1 Colossus, 3 carriers, a couple of disruptors. And he's pushing into a massive Lingbane army. Dark, I'm sure he wants to trade here on his terms. Oh god, but the Banelings, they crash into the Archons. Link's coming from behind, but we have Archons in position as well. The Links, they get annihilated. Decent fungal on the army. Biles will connect. We do have Mercurial Shroud. The Shroud is thrown down. One of the carriers goes down, but it's just far too much. Hero, he snowballs out of control, and Hero will take the series 3-1, becoming KSL week number 32's champion. GG. GG, well played. What a wild game as well. Remember, winding it back, it was a proxy, sorry, it was a hatch block from Dark, which was punished by a cannon rush from Hero, where Hero, he was able to get a kill on the natural base, able to defend back at home. situated himself in a very dominant position from that moment. He found himself ahead. A big reason for that as well wasn't just because he killed the base, but also his harassing damage with the adepts, with the oracles. He killed a lot of workers, and yeah, Hero was able to take a lead from that moment, and maintain it as well. When he moved out, he was able to trade well with the army, deny bases, deny the fourth, and it felt like Dark was on the back foot almost from the beginning. He almost recovered, I would say. He almost did recover, but wasn't quite able to pull it off. There was just so much pressure on Dark to cripple the economy of Hero to try to catch back up. Wasn't quite able to get there, and GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Hero, as he does take the win in the end, and my condolences to Dark, but at least he made it to the finals, and at least he did make a series out of it, made a shot of it. Some of the highlights, not just what happened here on Side Delta. Remember Alcyone? When we had the gold base versus gold base showdown, that was wild as well. Clown Fiesta over finals, which is what we want. It's what we love out of these two. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. GG, well played. Oh, is there anywhere fans of the show can download and watch these KSL replays? Oh, I'm glad you asked, Papi. Exclamation mark KSL in the chat. And you do get a link to the Patreon, because of course this event is funded by the community, for the community as well. There's a Patreon. Shout out to specifically Dave Testa and Chicken Man, as they did take the initiative to make the event itself. And of course it does support the Korean scene. So if you want to get involved, if you want the replays, or even if you don't want the replays yourself, but if you just want to support Korean StarCraft, we got you covered with the Patreon. There you go. There you go. Of course, with certain goals set with the Patreon as well, it doesn't just fund these weekly tournaments, but it can also lead into these one-off invitational events as well. It was a couple of months ago, because there was so much support with the Patreon, Dave and Chicken Man, they actually held an event called the KSL Summer Slam. It was back in summer, of course. It was a great tournament. It was a lot of fun. And because it's solely because of the support, because of how much was being made by the Patreon. Since then, I'll be transparent, the Patreon has dipped down a little bit, and we actually missed a week of StarCraft because we actually didn't have enough funding to actually have KSL be a weekly. So the hype died down a little bit, and the Patreon has been struggling more than it once was. So again, show your support if you wish. From my understanding, it's back up to the weeklies, but again, it just goes to show that like support is appreciated. It is appreciated for the Korean StarCraft League. So yeah, send your love their way. Again, even if you don't, or if you don't have the funds to support, then you can do so just by watching, just by following, just by supporting. You can follow not just this channel here, and we do cast KSL live typically, but also Chicken Man and Dave Testa as well. Again, to reiterate, the reason why we weren't casting live this event, this KSL, is because we were busy with the B stream of ESL Masters, which was amazing. It was beautiful, but it ruined my sleep schedule. It absolutely ruined it. It's gonna stay ruined as well. ESL Masters is still ongoing. That's something I should say. I believe ESL Masters is not today because of the Open Cups, but tomorrow I think ESL Masters will be returning. So plenty of StarCraft going on this month. Of course, ESL Masters winter leading into DreamHack Atlanta next month as well. So of course, keep your eye out for that. Meanwhile, if you enjoyed the broadcast, if you enjoyed what we do here on the CranKy Ducklings, we are going to be back tomorrow. As we cast every single day on a daily basis. Tomorrow we're going to be casting WTL Kung Fu Cup. The Kung Fu Cup KFC is live tomorrow, and you can enjoy Kung Fu Cup the best way you can with some KFC, with some Korean fried chicken or Kentucky fried chicken. Pick your poison. Chicken nonetheless. Players going to be fighting for that bucket as KFC is tomorrow, and yeah, it's going to be live on this channel. Again, we cover it whenever we can. I believe there is going to be some overlap. Kung Fu Cup is going to be, I believe, overlapping with ESL Masters, which is less than ideal, but you know, the show must go on, and you can always multi-twitch it up. You can always open up a couple of tabs and watch both at the same time if you wish. So plenty of StarCraft. Plenty of StarCraft. From what Chicken Man said, it was because they got a few big backers from the beginning, but they couldn't keep up the pledge anymore. Yeah. There was some big backers. There were like some 1,000 a month backers, which was crazy. It was crazy. Was wild. Just catching up in the chat. I'm just catching up. Spam this Bob Ross to help Hero go Sky Toss. You're an animal. You're an animal, Noam Chomsky. Aye. That would be amazing if Toss wins something. Toss has been looking pretty good. For those who maybe weren't here for it, check out the VODs if you wish. ESL Open Cup Asia was a couple of days ago, and Creator won. Creator popped off with his PVT, mate. He took down Gumiho, Björn, and Cure. Oh my god, some of the best Terran players that Korea has to offer. Took them all down, and even Creator was winning weeklies this week. So yeah, Protoss, they pop off from time to time, especially in the online weeklies. Premier events, that's a different discussion, of course, that we can have. But yeah, regardless, amazing games, amazing tournaments going on, and yeah, if you wish, you can follow us here on this channel. You can follow us not just here on Twitch, but on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord, ! socials in the chat, and you can get a link to all of our social media. We post whenever we go live, so if you want to be notified, you can, or you will be, if you follow us on your preferred social media of choice. Otherwise, we also upload to YouTube on a daily basis. And with that, thank you. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Thank you so much for the support. It was great to catch up here with KSL. Again, I don't like missing out on tournaments, so whenever we have the opportunity to, we will do some catch-up streams like this, just to keep up with what has been going on. And, of course, outside of that, you can follow me as well on my own personal channel, ! VIP. I do go live whenever I can. I haven't been able to recently. It's been like a week, just because we've been casting so much. We've been casting a lot of StarCraft, like 2, 3, sometimes 4 times a day over the past 2 weeks. ESL Masters month is just a really busy month for us because we're doing the B stream, or we're co-streaming. There's all the other events going on, like WTL, Kung Fu Cup, the Open Cups, KSL, our events as well. Yeah, there's just been a lot going on, so I haven't been able to stream on my personal channel, but if you're interested, you can follow me there. I will try and stream tomorrow, just a cheeky ladder session, just get a couple of games in, just to shake the rust off and to remember what it feels like to play StarCraft, to feel the smudge and then go for another week break. So you can follow me there if you're interested. Otherwise, CranKy Ducklings, that is where we usually are every single day. Outside of that, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. And yeah, with that, we're going to be heading off for the night. If you want to watch some more StarCraft, if you are unsatiated, I believe Wardy is live. He is covering his own events. It is the $1,000 November Open. So if you want to check that out, you can head on over to Wardy's channel. We are going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid, a bit of a smaller one. Usually we try to raid smaller streamers, so you can check out Wardy. Otherwise, stick around and give another smaller streamer a chance. Who are we going to raid? I don't know. I haven't decided yet. We're still looking, man. We're still looking. Oh, Rex is streaming. Oh, let's go. I'll quickly go over the directory and we'll find someone. Otherwise, thank you so much. We do appreciate it. You can also support us on Patreon as well. Again, the emphasis is on the KSL Patreon, but you can support our Patreon as we do also host our own tournaments. You can see our Patreon goal just underneath us to fund our events like Sparkling Tuna Cup, the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, and the Grand Platypus Open. Basically, we host a bunch of regional events. Obviously, we got Dave and Chicken Man covering Korea, and we're trying to do our best for North America, Latin America, Oceania, and the rest of Asia as well. So we're trying to do our part, and we're working on those goals as well. We're working on it. We'll get there eventually. We'll get there. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for Kung Fu Cup. Until then, hasta luego. Bye. Hasta luego.